No niin, hyvää huomenta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this year's Hanalys event.
If you need interpretation, please set it up quickly. Eli tervetuloa.
Welcome to this year's Hanalys event. My name is Nicolas Kujala, and currently I'm the president of the Youth Nordic Council, and I'll be one of the facilitators of today. Good morning. My name is Katja Holmberg. I'm the Swedish youth representative in the UN. And as we've gathered now the third time together to Hanalys, we can celebrate the Nordic cooperation slightly in a more different context, as Norway is the first time participating into this event. We speak about multilateral cooperation, which is no longer so obvious anymore, and it is very delightful to see that we have a full house, and we'll be discussing today about the rule of law and the sexual health. And the first is one of the very key values, but we do face bigger and bigger challenges in finding a common understanding. And regarding the SRHR agenda, it is also a key element in between the cooperation policy between Sweden, Norway and Finland. But globally it is becoming more and more opposed to, and it will be very interesting to hear from our speakers of their opinions. But before we start, just a few practical matters of today. We'd like to remind you to always use the microphone so that the interpreters can also hear what you say. We have a live streaming, and the English-speaking version will be streamed. We have two screens behind ourselves, and you can see our Twitter channel. You can use either hashtag Hanalys3 or Hanalys2020 and actively participate tweeting. At this point, I think it is time to welcome our first speaker to give us opening remarks, and that is Madam Gunvor Kruunman, the CEO of Hanalys. The floor is yours. Dear friends, participants, ministers, warm welcome to Hanalys and Hanalys 2020. And also our Nordic colleagues who've always been so close to us and now facing great challenges. International cooperation that we've always taken for granted is currently facing pressures and also being put aside in many ways. Our ability to solve problems with negotiations and getting into compromises using multilateral instruments has now become weaker. It is now the time of nationalism and unilateral solutions, and that means that our world is currently facing challenges which are bigger than ever before. How do we then, us in Norway, Sweden, Finland, are able to contribute to the fact that we uphold the legitimacy of multilateral cooperation? How can we create more peace and being together coexistence? What needs to change so that our international cooperation would work better? And how can we involve those who have left or who are going to leave our common discussion tables? Which are the European and global trends that we need to be able to change this development? And can the Nordic countries then better than now contribute to the strengthening of rule of law and the democratic values? And how can we continue improving the world so that both girls and women can get a better chance in their lives and also the same rights to their bodies as men? The Nordic countries are strongly supporting the implementation of Agenda 2030, and equality, sexual and reproductive rights equality have for a long time been the cornerstones of our foreign policy, and they are now facing pressures. Hanalys is organized the third time today, and this has been established from the Finnish and Swedish perspective, where we also discuss global political issues. For many years, we've concentrated on integration with regards to security and foreign policy. And between Finland and Sweden, we have noticed that we need a broader dialogue. And therefore, this year, it is very delightful to see Norway participating to this as well. Yesterday, we had the pleasure to inaugurate or take into use the gift by Norway for the centenary of Finland, which was the Delta T work by Börre Setres that was now revealed in our park, and it can actually be seen better in darkness. I'd like to thank all three ministers of foreign affairs and everybody for their very constructive collaboration. We'd also like to thank Tiina Raiha and Julia Mikkola from Hanaholmen. Our conference has raised great interest, and many have wanted to participate much more than actually we had space for. And that also gives us hope that there are strong powers who wish to contribute to common solutions for international problems. And therefore, I'm very grateful that we have moderators here who are young and who want to participate. It is important to create belief in future and be hopeful when we find that our challenges feel such that we can't overcome them. We know that in the Nordic countries, size doesn't always matter. We need to create alliances with both old and new friends. We have to find solutions, and we'll have to do this on the basis of our Nordic tradition. Let us participate into the debate. It will be a very interesting day. Thank you.
Tack så mycket Gunvor Kronman, verkställande.
Thank you, Gunvor Kronman, the CEO of Hanaholmen, for this opening address. Now I have the pleasure to present one of the hosts of today, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Finland, Pekka Haavisto, who will continue the debate. Welcome, Pekka Haavisto.
Ärade högkommissarie, Madame Bachelet.
Distinguished High Representative of the United Nations, Michelle Bachelet, dear colleagues, Anne from Sweden and Ine from Norway. People, ladies and gentlemen, first I thought to say a few words about the campaign of Finland to become the member of the United Nations Human Rights Council, where Finland has presented its candidacy for 2024 to become a member. And I am happy that we are able to gather today for the third Hanalys and also including Norway amongst ourselves. I am happy to have Michelle Bachelet, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, as one of our speakers, and we support her activities very strongly. First and foremost, I'd like to outline the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations, which is one of the most important forum for these issues. For instance, freedom of speech, equal treating, non-discrimination, education, clean water, adequate housing, sexual and reproductive health are the topics for the work of the Council. And there's an active dialogue in that. Finland wishes to support both political and civil rights, as well as economic, social and cultural rights, and we are strongly for equal treatment. We pay attention to those in vulnerable groups and those who are being discriminated due to different reasons and grounds. The rights of the physically disabled, indigenous people, Roma, sexual minorities, and gender minorities have for a long time been put to the fore in the Finnish policy for human rights. Equality, rights of women and girls are also a cross-cutting theme in the Finnish foreign policy. It is also time to analyze the links between the climate change and human rights. The fact that everybody has the opportunity to participate into political processes and defenders of human rights can have their voices heard, that we apply and respect the rule of law is of extreme importance so that we can also handle the climate emergency and respect human rights. Human rights are also an important part of the peace process. In the program of our government, we outline that the Finnish foreign and security policy is based on human rights perspective, which is an excellent ground for our membership in the Human Rights Council. The application to become a member of the Council is also supported by our policy. We do have certain problems with regards to the multilateral system's financing, and that is the biggest challenge as it is not predictable. The financial situation of the United Nations has for a long time been weak, and as the buffer funds now are coming to a closure of their existence, that also means that we need concrete measures as the system is being financed, both voluntary contributions of the member states and mandatory contributions, and to a smaller scale also from other resources. And therefore, with the current financial problems, are not so influential to the development cooperation, but we do need to get new countries to participate. But we also need the contribution of the private sector in order to be able to achieve the goals of the Agenda 2030. The fact that the USA has withdrawn from financing such organizations that work with sexual and reproductive health and human rights is making the financial situation and challenge even more difficult, and the USA has also managed to include other countries in its anti-sexual and reproductive health rights coalition. It is clear that in order to be able to have a multilateral collaboration, it is a small group that contributes the most to the financing, and that certainly is applicable when we speak of humanitarian help. It is obvious that there are varied capacities and resources of different countries, but it is an important signal that we can also show that everybody is ready to do something. And we wanted to raise a discussion of this during our EU presidency, but unfortunately we didn't come very far in our aspirations. It is also important that we continue the work to finance more flexibly, more of a long-term basis, and more predictably. And the Nordic countries, in this respect, have been a good example. And it is good if we can continue together to face these challenges. As to humanitarian aid, we also have to be able to continue. And we've seen a very unfortunate trend that there are deliberate attempts to use these aids for political purposes. And we also have to work for avoiding that negotiations that are about different humanitarian resolutions in the UN's General Council would become also something that are to be used for political reasons. For the Nordic cooperation, in order to solve conflicts and to promote peace, there are many possibilities in today's world. And the work together, for instance, in Afghanistan, the collaboration in the United Nations and Nordic networks are certain concrete examples to help women to promote peace and security. The new Nordic Peace Report that was published in 2019 and financed by the Nordic Ministerial Council focused on how the Nordic countries can work together within the promotion of peace and conflict resolution, and it also is very interesting of a report and can also highlight the current structures and the future potential. The Nordic Women Mediators has already achieved plenty of good results. It was the first regional network of women mediators. This has now been used also elsewhere globally, and similar networks have been established. In September, I was in New York when the Global Alliance of Women Mediators was launched. But how can we speed up our concrete activities? Some examples of what has already been done is that several Nordic countries have supported the Syrian Women's Advisory Board, which supports the UN Syrian ambassador in peace negotiations, or the yearly expert missions to the League of Arab States by the Nordic countries to support the Arab Women Mediators Network. We have got plenty of expertise, we have plenty of potential, we can do more. We have certainly not any lack of conflicts, rather of peace. And if we manage to work together to promote peace, it is also a good future for the Nordic network and also for the Nordic collaboration, and it is good to use expertise in peace promotion. Finland can also happily see a more effective Nordic collaboration in UN-related matters and also proposing its candidacy. It will be also much more important to work together with the international, under the international rules and systems, and we as active participator in the UN also are working concretely on a rule-based system and according to international rights, and we can find new ways to improve our collaboration in both between the Security Council and the General Council and support each other. And hopefully we'll get a good debate today and also a vivid debate.
Stort tack, Minister Haavisto, för
Thank you, Minister Haavisto, for these views, especially as regards financing and women's role in the peace process. And now I have the honor to welcome Ann Linde, the Foreign Minister of Sweden.
Kära kollegor, Pekka och Ine.
Dear colleagues, Michelle Bachelet. It is a great pleasure for me to be here in Hanasaari today in the Finnish-Swedish Cultural Center and to participate in the Hanalys conference to debate many important issues. I arrived from Moscow, where I visited a few days. I had important discussions with the Minister Lavrov. I also met students, NGOs, women's organizations, and others. Very important and inspiring people. When I was preparing myself for today's discussions, I noticed that today's themes are precisely those for which the activists that I meet also fight. And unfortunately, today, democracy tends to be taking steps backward. Moral conservatives are denying women the right to abortion and to contraceptive methods, and it is difficult to find a more important and topical theme for our discussions today. That's why I will thank both Hanna Holmen and Pekka, not just for the generous invitation, but also for helping us keep these matters high up on the agenda. I will now speak briefly about the rule of law and sexual and reproductive health and rights. The rule of law, well, we don't really have a perfect translation for that in Sweden, but in principle we're talking about democracy, a free and open society. However, there are a number of governments in the world that have been elected in a democratic way, but that take decisions that are harming the rule of law and weakening the rule of law. It can be about weakening the independence of the judiciary, about changing constitutions to increase the head of state's power, etc., etc. These changes do not take place in a vacuum. They tend to come together with threats against journalists, with harassing of democracy activists, with spreading of disinformation and lies. No democracy is immune. No society is immune. Young democracies, such as the new member states of the EU, are vulnerable, but also such traditional democracies as the American democracy have problems resisting this development. And this is also happening in our countries. You only have to see at the Swedish Democrats in Sweden. I'm convinced that inequality is one of the root causes of this problem, but also foreign policy has a role to play. Last year, we devised the concept of Drive for Democracy, which means that all Swedish embassies and general consulates will promote democracy. And this is something that I have talked a lot about with Pekka and Ina, and I hope that we will continue cooperating in these questions. We are talking about supporting democracy movements, supporting independent journalism and freedom of speech, training judges, and protesting when the rule of law is being undermined. All Swedish embassies have, for the past 20 years, been preparing country reports about human rights situations in different countries. Human rights are an important part of the rule of law and democracy. These reports are public and they help us exert pressure on these countries. We also have the EU, which should be setting a model for these values that are enshrined in Article 1A of the Lisbon Treaty: respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. And these should be the basis for our foreign policy work. That the European Council has considered this as a success, even though it should be self-evident. But this is still positive, and we have to cling to that. But how much can we say that we really have succeeded in this? No one is surprised if I say that developments in some member states, such most clearly in Hungary and Poland, have not been in accordance with these words. When I was an EU minister, I participated in the hearings of the Polish government under Article 7, and unfortunately, it seems that the process or the methods that the EU can use were not sufficient to cure this problem. We need to use all the methods, all the tools we have within the EU. We need to take measures to tackle irregularities and efforts to undermine the rule of law. And we must use all the tools available to us, such as conditioning of the EU budget and the review cycle. As far as the sexual and reproductive health and rights, and also feminism and equality in the world, actually the development doesn't look so good. There are two parallel movements going on. On the one hand, there are obvious backlashes. The same governments that are undermining the rule of law are also attacking women's rights, and this is particularly sad in countries which have earlier been allies in our fight for equality, such as the United States and Brazil, as now these countries are leading the international movement that is trying to limit women's right to their bodies. But there are also major steps forward that are going on in equality issues. Think about the Ethiopian Peace Prize winner Abiy, who is leading a government which consists to 50% of women. Look at Indonesia, look at Tunisia. These and think about the Me Too movement and the Swedish feminist foreign policy. And look at statistics. More girls go to school, fewer women die in childbirth. And these results are the results of conscious political work. What can we do? If I can concentrate on SRHR, first of all, we need to compensate for the backlash of United States and others withdrawing their funding to organizations that are working with abortion. The second thing is that within international organizations, especially the UN, we need to promote issues that concern support for SRHR. We need to look at feminist foreign policy so that we always ask, where are the women in all foreign policy issues? And I know that even Norway and Finland value equality issues, and I think that perhaps it would be a good time for you also to start using the term feminist foreign policy when talking about your foreign policy. I would like to take up one more perspective. We need to see these developments as a matter of security. For the authoritarian movements I'm talking about, they don't have a foreign policy that is focused on international law, human rights, and multilateral cooperation. On the contrary, they're talking about their country first. They're talking about human rights and democracy issues as internal affairs so that they would not be scrutinized. They are looking at the surrounding world with a suspicious eye. They think that others want them to suffer. They are leaving international conventions and so on. Look at these dreadful consequences that can happen. That's why I want to close with an optimistic view. I'm saying that there is no development that is predetermined or unavailable. We can change this development, and that's why I'm saying thank you, and I'm looking forward to today's discussions.
Norges utrikesminister.
Many thanks, Minister of Foreign Affairs Ann Linde. And now we'll go forward. Minister of Foreign Affairs Ine Eriksen Søreide from Norway. Welcome to our discussion.
Kjære Gunvor, kjære Pekka, Ann, dear Michelle.
Dear Gunvor, and Michelle-Pekka. Thank you for inviting me to Hanalys. I've been to Hanalys before, and I enjoyed here. But had I known that I'm going to this seminar, we would have given you your centenary present earlier, but it's better to give it later than never. So thank you for inviting me. It is very nice to continue the fruitful cooperation that we have around these topics and many others. And I'm especially glad that this particular theme, multilateral cooperation under pressure, is being discussed today, because this is a theme that is really interesting to me, and I believe that we can achieve good results by cooperation. As Sweden was recently a member of the Security Council in the UN, the other Nordic countries were very happy about this. And now that we're trying to come to the Security Council again, we have been supported by the other Nordic countries, and we are also supporting Finland. But we have to keep in mind that the Security Council and the Human Rights Council are interlinked. Today, we are in the Security Council, we talk too little about human rights, and human rights efforts are too scarce in the UN, also in terms of funding, because only 3% of the funding is spent in human rights issues. International cooperation is decisive for security and welfare in the Nordic countries. This is what the Nordic countries have felt over the decades. We are small countries that are dependent on the international rules-based system and the level playing field where everyone is equal. Without an efficient multilateral cooperation, it is not possible to achieve sustainability goals or solve problems like the climate change or human rights threats or security threats, for that matter. The multilateral system, however, was built after the world wars. The world understood that it is necessary to cooperate instead of being in conflict with one another. But the norms on which this system is relying are now being threatened, and there is a threat from different directions. There are bodies that are trying to fill the vacuum with new language, new kind of language, but there's also a threat from those countries that have been responsible for a major part of the cooperation since the World Wars, but are now withdrawing from it. There is also a threat from political ideologies within countries that are questioning the value of international cooperation. And this indicates the two central trends in our time. On the one hand, the need to find global solutions to global challenges, and on the other hand, to increase national autonomy in matters that are determined or defined as internal affairs. In this community, I think it is not difficult to agree that multilateral cooperation is important, but I think we are making a mistake if we don't take these threats seriously. Multilateral cooperation is also a matter of seeking compromises. And the core of the multilateral cooperation is that it is obligatory in the sense that we all need to participate on top of our own interests. I often use NATO as an example. There is hardly any more obligatory membership than the obligation of a country to risk the lives of its soldiers to defend others. This is international cooperation that involves obligations. But as we are prepared to compromise, we see that this and feel that this international cooperation gives more than it takes. Make the case for multilateralism, or as my colleague said, push back the pushback. For this reason, last year in June, I issued an announcement to the Norwegian Parliament concerning the multilateral cooperation and Norwegian concerns in that cooperation. This announcement is about how the world looks like today, not about what it should look like. And it has given rise to a lot of interest in both in Norway and in other countries. The core of this announcement was that political elections continue to play a part in the future also, and we have the possibility to impact the direction social development is going to take. Today, liberal values and rights are being challenged all over the world. This was also confirmed in the State of Democracy report that was published recently. And it shows that control mechanisms and the distribution of power mechanisms are being undermined on purpose, as are also individual rights and human rights. Sometimes it is difficult to see the long-term consequences and effects because legal governments are strengthening their position at the cost of the rule of law and the legal system. This gives rise to concern because the rule of law is the backbone of the democratic system. When it is staggering, the whole system threatens to collapse. And the system is especially vulnerable if the independence of the judiciary is undermined. Also, the new democracy index is painting a gloomy picture of the deterioration of democratic rights in many countries. This is happening at the same time as the same countries are figuring in the Transparency International Corruption Index. We also need to look at our own continent, Europe. The development in several countries in Europe is worrying from the point of view of democracy and human rights. We see that many political leaders are utilizing their majority position to make legislative changes that are challenging or outright violating the rule of law and democracy principles. In many cases, it is a matter of wanting to return to the old system, to old times where you make a call to the authorities saying that this organization is now having a meeting here and coming together. We must interfere. We don't want to have such a society, but we are seeing that in many places. And this is happening without the international community having efficient mechanisms to counter this development. The political costs of violating international law and international norms are fewer than before. Norms and obligations are being violated on purpose. Many of these people are fully immune to international criticism, which means that when one leader does the wrong thing, others will follow. We are a member of the European Economic Area. We're not a member of the EU, even though there are individuals who would like to join the EU, but we're not there yet. But we are using the EEA as a forum where we are trying to strengthen civil society. We do a lot of work in the OSCE and the Council of Europe 200 million is our support for the civil society, and we need to manage that regardless of the authorities. We have agreements with 14 countries out of 15. It took a long time to achieve this, and there is the one country with which we don't have the agreement is Hungary. They have not approved our requirements of the civil society being allowed to operate regardless of authorities. Finally, I would like to say a few words about sexual and reproductive health and rights. I agree with my colleagues about this, so I don't have much to add, except that as the international rules and norms are being threatened, the first thing to be attacked are women's rights, and especially the sexual and reproductive health and rights. These are the ones to suffer first. I think it is unbelievable that women and girls could not decide upon their bodies, but this is the case. It is becoming more and more contradictory. Political forces that have been given more room internationally and in different countries are threatening it. Women's rights and reproductive rights are being set or pictured as an opposite to traditional family values. People speak about threats that are threatening to national values. Such propaganda may be very efficient and effective. I would not have believed that today we would have to use more time to defend what we have achieved, but this is the case. As myself and my Nordic colleagues in the UN are participating in UN fora, we need to wrestle on such questions. It is unbelievable that today we are in a situation where people are prepared to open up UN conventions. This is really a life-threatening situation. It says a lot about the international situation at the moment. If we want to have a better development, we need to expand our partnerships. All of us three foreign ministers largely agree on these, even though our political backgrounds are different. And this indicates how strong we are as Nordic countries in international contexts. But it is not enough for us three to agree. We need to involve other countries, other regions, if we want to change this development. And this is one of the core ideas of the announcement to the Norwegian Parliament. We need to establish partnerships across borders, across regional borders and country borders. We need to cooperate with countries with which it is not easy. I have said to my diplomats in the foreign ministry that to only work with people who think like you do is not good diplomacy. We need to dare do more in order to promote these matters. And I look forward to today's discussions. And once more, thank you for inviting me.
Stort tack till er alla tre för era anföranden.
Thank you, all of the three keynote speakers, for their opening addresses and for a good basis of our debate. Our ministers will be present here for the entire duration of the day. They are on the front row and they do have microphones, so therefore we urge them to participate into the discussion before the public can ask questions. We have a question to everybody. We've spoken a lot about opportunities for Nordic cooperation and we should join our forces. Can you give us examples on what the common priorities would be so that we'd be able to strengthen our multilateral system, and what would be the arena, the fora, where they would be best reached? Perhaps Minister Haavisto, and please, can you be brief?
Den borde vara på.
Är det på nu? Ja, just. Ja, bra fråga och jag ska inte vara...
Yes, that was a good question, and I won't be speaking lengthily. I believe that something that unites us is peace, mediation, and issues related to that, and the role of women in peace mediation. The fact that we have a network in the peace negotiation processes and that we can show a Nordic example on joining our forces. This is just what Anne was touching upon, how women are, where they are. We can see that, for instance, in Syria, where the process is dealt by very male-dominated negotiation table. Yes, please, the next one. I have forgotten the question now. What were the questions, what were the priorities that you could cooperate together to promote them so that we could also keep the Nordic cooperation? What are the biggest challenges? First and foremost, we have to face the problems and recognize them and see that it is not in the United Nations only, but in the OECD, in World Trade Organization, and elsewhere, where the bigger countries withdraw. They don't want to anymore have joint conclusions to be issued, and there's no more bodies that dare to take things forward. When you open up an issue, there is a danger that then there will be a backdraw, and therefore we have to discuss with countries that do not agree with us, but we also have to establish alliances. As an example of our work, as this conservative-minded coalition came into picture, so therefore 18 countries during 1 week did say that we need to have a counter-alliance that can defend right to abortion, and 55 countries joined in that opinion. Naturally, it was negative that 18 countries were against, but we decided also to strike back rapidly, and therefore we were threefold in comparison to the opposing party. So that is also needed. We need voluntary organizations, we need social media, we need everybody to bring forth these issues and also defend multilateral cooperation. I fully agree with the previous speakers. Different areas where we can cooperate, and there are fields where we're not doing it yet. That is clear. Thank you. Now we have also the opportunity from the audience to ask questions, and Håkan Trebell first. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'd like to also thank for very interesting opening addresses. I am from the Stockholm Chamber of Commerce. We spoke about different forms of cooperation, and EU is a peace project aiming at countries more intensively cooperating on trade, which also diminishes conflicts. And China, when it joined the international global trade system, was entering with the same basic idea. As global trade increases, it also has increased equality involving the World Trade Organization with its rules. And on this field, we've also seen the development going backwards. The UK has left the EU, protectionism is increasing. Then there is the fight for the power between the USA and China, and it is naturally good to also speak about President Trump and also then try and influence the situation. But China is not interested in free trade, and it doesn't wish to strengthen human rights either. It is insisting that companies that wish to start their operations in China have to share their own technology with China. What do you think of China's activities, its trade policy? What should our political strategy be so that we can tackle China as well? ministers, please. I can say that exactly as you explained, the criticism towards China with regards to trade issues and also shared by the USA. So we do agree with the USA quite a lot in this regard. We want to, for instance, these matters be solved before multilateral issues come up in the World Trade Organization. There are things where the USA has withdrawn from the dispute settlement systems, and that is why they don't work. Naturally, the reason why we very often criticize the USA is that it is both a democracy, it has the rule of law, and therefore we believe that our dialogue could be more open, whereas it is much more difficult to make changes in China by expressing criticism. Therefore, we more often hear, and that is why we more often hear said that why do you not criticize China? We in Sweden have a strategy for China, which was dealt with the parliament in December. We can see both opportunities but also many challenges with this regard. We are in understanding with this in Sweden, and we do have pressures from China. We have good relationships with China, but we'll never will cease demanding that Swedish citizens would be liberated, those who are imprisoned currently. Certainly there are great changes in our relations with China as well.
Jeg er veldig enig i analysen din av
I do agree with the analysis regarding the World Trade Organization, as we do work in an Ottawa group together with 13 member countries, where we try and find new solutions. One of the topics is China and the classification of China as a developing country. And nevertheless, it is one of the biggest global economies, but it classifies itself perhaps differently than others. This has led to many conflicts as well. We have to acknowledge that the trade conflict between the USA and China is much more than just a conflict. It is about strategic competition, and trade is just the top of the iceberg. As now the first phase has been passed and the first agreement has been signed, it doesn't decide on everything. It is about technological competition, superpower competition, which are underlying. As now we have come to the phase, as many other countries, that we do negotiate for the free trade agreement with China, it has to be taken into account that we have to see things more broadly and everything that the agreement could be bringing with it. And more broadly we cooperate when we negotiate with China. We can tackle also important themes such as human rights. Thank you. If it is agreeable to Minister Haavisto, we'll take one more question. So there is time for a short question as our schedule is quite tight. Up there.
Tack ska du ha. Jag heter Timo Koponen.
Thank you. My name is Timo Koponen. I'd like to ask a question, as now the UK has left the European Union. Will we have a better Nordic cooperation and collaboration within the EU, as now we have the opportunity to do something together, which can lead to a better Nordic cooperation with regards to our EU policy? Thank you. Minister Haavisto next. I am reacting and responding to the very last question, whether Nordic cooperation can be better after Brexit. We consider it very regrettable that the UK has left the EU, as it was an important partner for us both in Finland and I think for the other Nordic countries too. And this is not good for integration that we are in this situation. And I hope that we still can continue with good and well-working relationships with Great Britain in future, but lengthy, difficult negotiations are ahead. With regards to China, there is not much to add what Anna and Ine have said, but I'm slightly worried and concerned that we're not seeing the big picture about China, how China has developed, how it has also taken its people out of poverty. We should have a longer perspective in mind when we speak about China, and in particular, I am thinking of China's role in Africa. Often it is said and wondered what China is doing in Africa. What is it doing there? Is it a new form of colonialism that it exercises? But we'd have to ask ourselves the question, why are we not operating in Africa, in Western Balkan, where China is active? And it has created plenty of new partnerships, and we are remaining passive, as is the European Union, so we could both do much more. Thank you very much for all your answers. There is plenty of interest for asking more questions, but unfortunately our timetable doesn't allow it yet, so we'll postpone it to a later phase. There'll be plenty of opportunities to ask questions, and ministers will be present here the whole day.
Finnish or Swedish. Next up, we have someone who was elected president of Chile on 2 occasions, served as health minister in Chile, was Latin America's first female defense minister, and named first director of UN Women. It is my pleasure to welcome up our first keynote speaker for today, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet.
Distinguished ministers, colleagues and friends, well, thank you first of all for the invitation, for giving me the opportunity to exchange ideas with such a dynamic and influential audience. Well, many of the challenges that countries face today are not limited to their own borders, from the climate emergency to globalization, the movement of people, and issues raised by digital technologies. These are topics that cannot be adequately addressed by domestic mechanisms alone. So I very much appreciate your emphasis on how we can best secure productive methods for multilateral cooperation. Indeed, I would argue that across every sector of government, national policies can benefit from more effective international cooperation in order to achieve shared goals. The consistent and remarkable success of Finland, Sweden, and Norway in terms of key civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights clearly demonstrates this reality. Over a century ago, Finland became the first European state to grant all adult citizens the right to vote. Finland has also been a consistent actor for greater transparency and participation in decision-making, including in the context of the EU. Unlike Finland, Sweden, and Norway, also stand for a strongly principled approach to public life, and this extends to your cooperation with my office and your constant advocacy for the fulfillment of human rights across the world. Thanks to this kind of principled work by Nordic and other states, Europe is among the strongest pillars of the multilateral system, as Minister Haavisto noted last month in Davos. The Finnish presidency of the EU also brought in unprecedented transparency and participation, including in cooperation with our office in Brussels. And Norway hosted us twice to speak to the general public about human rights and the rule of law, both internal and external, at the Norway House. But across the world, and also within Europe, we are seeing a markedly weaker commitment to multilateralism by many actors. More polarized political landscapes in several countries are contributing to this. Rather than tackle the need for difficult reforms, some opinion leaders reach for a fleeting and dangerous substitute. They scapegoat actors who are in no way responsible for the entrenched problem they face. Often there are migrants or members of minority communities. We're also seeing a backlash against the advancement of women's equality and freedom of choice, and of course, as one of the important matters and subjects of this conference, it rights to sexual and reproductive health. In other cases, it is foreigners or the so-called foreign bureaucrats who supposedly seek to dominate the nation and impose their will. So these tactics can re-up votes, but also sow the seeds of failure. Growing deadlock in several major global and regional institutions and a growing lack of compliance with international commitments and international law are eroding the capacity of the international community to prevent and resolve conflicts. They are undermining progress towards sustainable development. They are breaking our hope of preventing and mitigating the growing climate emergency. And they are leading to vastly increased suffering, poverty, injustice, and displacement for millions of human beings. So I wholeheartedly commend the European Council conclusions last June on strengthening multilateralism, which reaffirms the EU's commitment to an international rule-based order and put human rights at the forefront of the EU foreign policy. But I'm also grateful for its clear commitment to the mandate and particularly the independence of my office. So the work we do to uphold human rights across the world is often very challenging, particularly in terms of our investigations and advocacy, and your support is essential. Excellencies and colleagues and friends, why is the European Union founded on democracy, respect for human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the rule of law? Because these are the most effective principles to combat conflict, tyranny, and exploitation. Law that is just, applied to all, grounded in human rights principles, and impartially administered, is a shield against the arbitrary and unprincipled rule of narrow interest. When all people and all institutions, including the state itself, are accountable to laws that are consistent with human rights norms, equally enforced, independently adjudicated, and publicly promulgated, the basic ground has been established for the advancement of the common good. The rule of law makes public institutions accountable for upholding human rights and the fair delivery of public services. And it empowers all individuals, including those who suffer entrenched discrimination, to claim their rights. The independence of the judiciary, as a central component of the rule of law, is key to the protection of fundamental rights. But that independence is coming under threat in various parts of the world, including in some established democracies in Europe. So that's why civil society is a vital safeguard to protect and advance the rule of law. This is acknowledged by the European Commission July 2019 communication, which outlines proposals for strengthening the rule of law in the EU. Those who wish to undermine the rule of law will first attack civil society. Every state should be granting all individuals their public freedoms and support civil society organizations' capacity to thrive, not only because this is the right thing to do, but also because it's the smartest and the most productive strategic approach. Protecting civil space and protecting the rule of law are two sides of the same coin. This equal and impartial rule of law is fundamental to democracy and vice versa. And the weakening of one immediately threatens the existence of the other. And we have seen in Europe shrinking of civil space and harassment to human rights defenders. Moreover, regional and international governance systems should also be grounded in rule of law. Our nations coexist in a single space, our planet. History has repeatedly demonstrated that sustainable development and durable peace can only advance when countries respect each other and come together in a rule-based system founded on shared values that can manage multiple power centers and diverging views. Because independence, impartiality, and integrity of the judicial system is an essential prerequisite for every sound society, any attempt to jeopardize of the judiciary is of profound concern. Last month, the European Parliament passed a resolution that reaffirmed the deterioration of rule of law in Hungary and Poland and emphasized the impact this has on the integrity of common European values, mutual trust, and the credibility of the European Union as a whole. In an unprecedented move, the EU's Article 7 procedure was activated over a year ago for both states. But like many of you, I'm concerned that the legislation which was passed into law in Poland this week risks further jeopardizing the independence of the judiciary in Poland, restricting the rights of judges and the impartiality of courts of law. Under this new legislation, judges who question the government's planned judicial reforms could even be dismissed. Membership of the European Union is grounded on respect for EU law and European legal norms, including fair trial norms and the impartiality and independence of judges. And decisions taken by Polish courts may also apply in other EU countries. Clearly, legislation on this point could affect people living in Poland, but also across the entire EU, and impact not only core values, but also rights. Prior to the challenges in Poland, Hungary had already taken steps that undermine the independence of judges, freedom of media, academic freedoms, and the protection of minority communities and migrants. The resulting deterioration of institutional checks and balances had been matched by a decreasing space for civic freedoms. Hungary's refugee and migrant policies and the treatment of Roma people are also a matter of concern. Legislation adopted by Hungary in December will have further negative impact on judicial independence and on the right to a fair trial, including by enabling the government to interfere in the court system in politically sensitive cases. I also know with concern that the legislation was fast-tracked without adequate consultation with civil society. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, no one should be above the law. No government, no monarch, no leader can be viewed as free of accountability. And the law must be the same for everyone, protecting all from violations and abuses. And the ultimate test of this strength of rule of law can be seen as how our justice system deal with the most vulnerable. And among the most vulnerable in every society are migrants. A few minutes ago, I used the word scapegoating to address the stigmatization of migrants that have become familiar in the political landscape in many European nations. Overt hostility against migrants is increasingly frequent. Several European states have taken action to criminalize, impede, or halt the work of migrants' rights defenders. And some European states have made bilateral agreements with countries outside the region in order to limit migration, despite evidence of cases of serious violations of human rights in this context. To take a particularly serious example, we have multiple reports indicating that supporting the Libyan Coast Guard to intercept migrant vessels is leading to their prolonged and arbitrary detention in shockingly substandard conditions. UN human rights staff in Libya have documented torture, rape, forced labor, acute malnutrition, severe overcrowding, and related infectious diseases, and even disappearances and trafficking in both official and unofficial detention centers. Libya should not be considered a safe third country. We need to support bilateral and multilateral efforts on migration that are grounded in respect for human rights and the rule of law. And these fundamental principles are affirmed in the Global Compact on Migration, which I view as a significant opportunity to strengthen human rights protection for migrants and to improve the governance of migration. So I always encourage all member states to implement and review progress of the Global Compact, including through the upcoming 2020 round of regional reviews. In several cases, judicial institutions have stood up against unprincipled action in migration-related cases, as well on other important human rights issues, and they have successfully protected the rule of law and human rights. Some of these judges have been targeted by threats and abuse, even in some cases from state officials. But the courage they have shown is vital, and it should be mirrored by similar attachment to fundamental rights by the leaders of states, particularly in terms of the rights of society most vulnerable or marginalized members. So I strongly encourage leaders in Europe and around the world to further advance human rights within their own nations. Many countries have accepted context-specific and precise recommendations on these issues by international human rights mechanisms such as the Universal Periodic Review. So what we need now is action to follow through those commitments. In many countries of this region, much work remains to be done to fully uphold the rights of migrants, members of the Roma community, people with disabilities, women's rights, elderly, the LGBTI communities, and the poor, to mention just a few. Doing so will not only live up to the UN chapter, EU principles and national commitments, it will also drive greater political and economic success. Because only by tackling the policies which generate and maintain deep inequalities within society can we build nations and economies that are strong and more resilient because they're fair. On the multilateral stage, you have been a precious ally, your three countries, for the promotion and protection of human rights. Successive governments have given us important support, particularly on issues of adequate housing, anti-discrimination, extreme poverty, minorities, and the human rights of migrants, as well as country-specific situations. On these issues and regarding the engagement of my office, Nordic states have sponsored or co-sponsored key resolutions in the UN Human Rights Council. And I'm convinced that European actors can work together more strongly to promote human rights and the rule of law in many global crisis situations. So I welcome the good cooperation established between the EU and my office to promote human rights compliance in complex crises such as in the Sahel, which with the support we jointly extend to the G5 Sahel Force. I'm also grateful for the support of many European nations for the establishment of our office in Sudan and a host of other situations where guidance grounded in human rights law can help societies steer away from conflict and instability and build greater peace. I encourage further efforts to integrate human rights in European responses to crisis, including in the ongoing dialogue on the European Peace Facility. My office can support you in these efforts, including by sharing the tools that we have developed in the course of 15 years of work integrating human rights into more than 30 UN peace and political missions. I also believe the rule of law has a key role to play in fulfilling the commitment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which I view as our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to advance human dignity and rights across the world. As Sustainable Development Goal 16 acknowledges, participatory, transparent, and accountable institutions are the key to unlocking development that is sustainable because it is deep, broad, and self-regenerating. They also ensure durable partnership, not only within countries, but also between countries. Nordic countries have been strong supporters of these goals, and with just 1 decade of action before us to fulfill the promise of the SDGs, I trust that support can be amplified. I also encourage all Nordic countries to continue actively engaging with other governments and stakeholders to raise awareness of the catastrophic impacts on human rights of climate change, environmental degradation, and biodiversity loss, and to seek more ambitious climate action. Prime Minister Marin has described her task as, and I will quote her, to make the Nordic model part of an environmentally sustainable future, end of quote, and in which the struggle to address climate change, I quote her again, creates new jobs, new technologies, new opportunities, end of quote. Like many, I'm inspired by this approach. And in this context, too, I want to emphasize the importance of multilateral cooperation, including the climate negotiations and the negotiations of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework as a vehicle for promoting rights-based environmental action. Excellency, colleagues, friends, there is a great power and authority in multilateralism when it is guided by principle and respect. When many voices speak as one, whether we're talking about a UN body or European institutions, they are louder, clearer, and capable of shaping much more effective action. And in this 25th anniversary year of the Beijing Declaration's commitment to women's equality, it is also vital to address the world's continued reluctance to fulfill the rights of women and girls. Approximately 1 out of every 3 women in the world today will experience physical or sexual violence in her lifetime, often both. Fewer than 1 in 4 parliamentarians in the world is a woman. In over 50 countries, there is no legal protection for women against domestic violence. 830 women and girls still die every day from preventable causes related to pregnancy and childbirth. And as Oxfam recently reported, just in the course of today, 6th of February 2020, women and girls will while undertaking a total of 12.5 billion hours of unpaid care work. All of our societies remain affected by harmful gender stereotypes that limit the voices of women and girls and their rights, including sexual and reproductive health rights and access to justice. So the rule of law must uphold the human rights of everyone. And this universal respect for the rule of law should be consistently monitored and strenuously defended by all members of the community. When it is directed by the powerful, whether for political interest or for economic gain, the countdown to serious conflict and decline has begun. I am heartened by the strength of recent moves to uphold the rule of law in Europe, and I'm hopeful of even broader support for Europe to uphold rule of law principles across the scope of international affairs. And I'm hopeful because I have heard you, what you think about it and what you intend to do. And we expect a lot from you, Nordic countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, for this interesting keynote and the perspectives you bring to us in that. We will have a few minutes time to take a couple of questions from the audience actually this time, and we'd actually like to start off with a question from Hanna Kringe.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Ms. Bachelet, thank you very much for your very inspiring address. I work for Crisis Management Initiative, CMI. It's an independent Finnish organization working to prevent and resolve violent political conflict across the world. So I was very impressed when you rightly stressed the importance of human rights and rule of law in crisis situations. Indeed, peace processes can provide an important context for rebuilding the state and renewing the social contract between the leaders and citizens. My question is, how could UN and the European Union, with the support of all Nordic countries, obviously, ensure that basic human rights like participation and equality, right to education, are considered and taken into account in the aftermath of conflict, in situations where these issues were not raised in the official negotiation process and they are not articulated in the peace agreement as such? Thank you.
Ensure, I'm not sure that I can ensure it, but we won't give up and work a lot on that. One of the ways, I mean, yes, we are really concerned because many peace agreements and I mean the negotiation of peace agreement do not only not consider participation, but also don't have any accountability mechanism and transitional justice mechanism. And we have seen all over the world when you don't have those, that can have different ways of doing it, because the Chile process with the South African and the Colombian is completely different, but it's the same way to look for accountability and look for remedy and reparation in conflict or post-conflict. So I think, and we have seen that in many other places where there's nothing about that, peace is not sustainable. And because if violence is in nobody, if violence doesn't matter, violence continues to happen. If sexual violence is with impunity, sexual violence continues to happen. And we see it in South Sudan, even in places where there's no conflict, women are still being raped and sexual violence used against them. So we should try to insist, first of all, before the peace agreement comes, to include this component. But we do have another tools as well, because in the aftermath of conflict, usually countries look for support, economic support and so on. And I think countries who are donors and who support those processes should sort of include certain specific, if I would say, obligations for the members who are receiving support in terms of upholding human rights, in terms of increasing civic space, in terms of making participation a bigger reality. Some conflicts have I would say, started because civil society decided not to, I mean, they're fed up and they don't want to accept anymore the dictatorship or the conditions. But some others not. But so we have also another tool, because usually after mass conflict we have a lot of peace building activities, and there is the peace building fund that it depends on the Peace Building Support Office that works after the conflict, where you can include their conditions or directly support civil society or NGOs so they can make their voices stronger, more organized and public, or they can also support government initiatives that had to include this kind of thing. That's the kind of thing I think today. But I really believe that the one important thing across everyone is to support human rights defenders, because I think they will be there always. They are in their communities working, and they work on different areas. It could be women's rights, gender rights, LGBTI rights, environmental rights, indigenous rights, and so on. And I think supporting any time the human rights defenders, it's really something that will give you a lot of if we say, of results in the short, medium, and long term. But it's a difficult thing. But I mean, in all our discussions all over the world, we insist on the importance. And what I do is I try to explain my own experience, how important, sometimes challenging for governments. And that's something that I understand, because civil society can be very challenging when you are in office. But at the end, to understand that sound policies and sustainable policies are the ones who really consider civil society, that really are built on the needs of people, and that consider that you build your policies according to the people's need and not the people to adapt to policies done in a bureaucratic office, is the more sustainable or better way to do it. And I try to convince, when I speak to those leaders, that this can be much better. And I always try to say that this is the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do.
Thank you so much for that answer. We do have time for one more question, if a quick hand was raised there. Please speak in the microphone. I don't see anybody raising their hands. So.
Yeah.
Thank you. Per Nordlund with the Dag Hammarskjöld Foundation in Uppsala. High Commissioner, on a recent visit to Sweden, you said that if the UN General Assembly voted on the Charter today, it would not pass. So we have a challenge when it comes to the global norms. Which of the urgent, critical, multilateral challenges that you mentioned, migration, biodiversity, climate change, etc., do you think would go the furthest towards bridging also the conflict around norms between, let us say, OECD and G77+? What are the constructive areas that could also go a bit further in dealing with the gap when it comes to norms, and possibly where the Nordic countries could be especially important?
Well, I think I will win the Nobel Prize if I can answer to you, but I will try. Well, I mean, the problem is that this is a sort of a global challenge that is not only focused on a couple of things. And I think the minister mentioned that one of the challenges when multilateralism has been eroded is that this is not something that today somebody woke up and decided that multilateralism is not enough, is not good. I think there's a real structural problem behind the rise of different powers and the non-acceptance of different powers, or the rise of some countries, and the idea for some that the current international order is not responding to their interests, and they want to, sort of erode it because they feel that some decision will not be on their own interest as a nation. So I say this because I think we need to continue discussing much deepen what are those issues, because we can cooperate among all of us, but we will be looking at these discussions every time we discuss every issue. It's not only one. I mean, on Global Compact on migration, we knew what happened, but the majority of people and countries voted for it, the big majority. But for example, last year, I went to Nairobi because I wanted to support the UNFPA Cairo +25, and the possibility on a strong answer on sexual and reproductive health rights. And there was a huge discussion. And then at the intergovernmental level, it was a pushback and pushback. So we say the pushback, but of course, after 25 years, the pushback is not enough. We need to see how much we can move forward. But this year, we'll have other challenges. So every time there's new challenges, being it in discussion in the international arena on different conflicts between countries, being it more specific this year, Beijing plus 25, they will have challenges in terms of which will be the resolution that will come. There will be an attempt to push back. I mean, I think the minister talked about it a lot, and probably the panel will talk about it a lot. So there is a need to, I mean, when I have spoken to the ministers, I said, yes, we need you to do all these things in human rights, but the most important thing we need is a strong voice and to build bigger constituencies, if I may say. Because one of the things is, and it happens to me, that I only meet with the convinced one. And it happened to me in UN Women. We're only with women. Well, hey, women power. But that doesn't help. We need to outreach to other people who maybe are not against it, but are not clear, acknowledging. So we need a different level, domestic level, regional level, and international level, to build stronger constituencies, to uphold human rights with a stronger voice. And in this year, I think women's issue will be a very important issue, but not the only one. And of course, climate change is an issue we need to continue doing. We need to support more the youth, because I think youth maybe that know the word multilateralism, maybe they don't understand what the UN is, but they do know that collective action is needed. So working to support youth to be involved and engaged, and I think there are many areas that for youth is very important. One of them we are rather, of course, is environment, because it's their future, their present and the future. The other is artificial intelligence and digital with human rights, because there's a lot of good things, but there's a lot of threats on that as well. Because maybe for some countries, maybe for young people here in these Nordic countries, some rights are not taken for granted. But there are other issues that for them are very important. Or maybe you can say better all of this that I'm saying. But but I think there are opportunities. But I'm not being very optimistic, tactically speaking, to be honest. Huh? The world, it's going through a difficult moment. But strategically, I think we need to continue. But anyway, what we have decided in the UN, the world is the world that it is, polarized with difficulties to advance. But the only thing that we have to do is to push in all the things that we can move forward, continue pushing in everything, and never give up. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that elaborative answer, High Commissioner Bachelet. Bachelet will not be seated in the panel. However, just as the minister, she will have access to a microphone. So we encourage active participation.
Yeah, now we will actually move on to switch back to Swedish for a while. Jag har glädjen att välkomna Pirtaniemi och professor Hans-Ingvar Roth.
Now, the next speaker that I will invite here is Professor Pirtaniemi, as well as also Professor Hans-Ingvar Roth. You may sit next to each other. To start with, we'll give professors the opportunity to give us comments briefly regarding the address of High Commissioner Bachelet. So let us start with Elina Pirtaniemi. Distinguished High Commissioner Bachelet, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. I have been given about 3 minutes, so this is really challenging for a professor. So let's get to the actual topic itself. The development, both in Europe and globally, is very concerning, as was exactly being said by Madame Bachelet. We are now facing a situation where some of the EU member states very conscientiously have not applied the important basic principles, and at the same time they also are not applying the basic treaties and rules of the EU, so we have a right to be concerned. Speaking of the rule of law, we usually make a reference to constitution and different judicial documents, which are high-level documents, but it is good to underline also what was being said by the High Commissioner. That is that ordinary people can feel the existence of the rule of law in their own lives. They want to have a smooth life. They get their building permission on time. Decisions are not being made on an arbitrary basis, and if they get unemployed or they get sick, they don't have to survive on their own. But they can have their voices heard about the government policies without being challenged. So these are all applicable to the rule of law, and it is a key prerequisite that it is being applied for. So I'm only repeating by what the High Commissioner said. Do not ever give up. Politicians have a great responsibility. We have to be able to explain how the rule of law functions, human rights function, and what are the benefits they give to us. We have to support the courageous people and organizations that are fighting for this. Why do I say this? I say it because democracy, which is an ally to the basic principle of the rule of law, is also a prerequisite for a good governance. And if the state becomes ill, so then we can only resort to different authorities and laws, but the system itself can be put under pressure. And constitutions can also be amended. Therefore, multilateral control mechanisms are our last resort. These changes can be very fine-tuned. Political movement mobilizes people, it becomes sentimental, promises are given, and that is politics, of course, and everything depends on the message. But we have to be aware and start doubting when attacks are being made against the judiciary, for instance, or the political decisions are being challenged. Therefore, such small attempts can exist, and we have to be aware of them anytime when the freedom of press will be challenged. As the media can also become a propaganda machinery, so people can have an influence done by this. If this has been repeated many times, and we've seen this in Europe, also in the Nordic countries, regarding immigration, these already are seen as enemies to non-liberal movements. It is easy to put these things against each other, and I, as a professor of human rights, can say that this is also something as tactics, and rule by law is different than the rule of law, so we have to take care of the rule of law. Things that happen in Poland and in Hungary could take place in our countries too. We have to remember that. A democratic nation ruled by the rule of law is not obvious. We have to cherish it every day, otherwise we lose it.
Då går vi vidare.
Thank you. Then next we'll have Professor Hans-Ingvar Roth. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to this excellent, gorgeous place and to this very interesting seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, High Commissioner Bachelet, ministers, thank you for this invitation. I am a professor of human rights from the Stockholm University, and I've analyzed the political development that has currently taken place. I am also very concerned about this situation, not because of liberal democracy to be maintained, but also for this multilateral system that we are, many of us, aiming for. As for the liberal democracy and multilateralism, to defend it, these are complementing each other. And I could take as an example, it is a minor example, but a good symbol of not respecting human rights. In 2018, at the anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we couldn't find many actors who would have taken observation into what was happening, but this was presented by the Office of the Human Rights Commissioner, as also the Swedish government, who also wanted us to observe the anniversary of these important fundamental declarations. So was also the government in France, but not so many other countries showed an interest to the anniversary of the Declaration of Human Rights. So hopefully the UN anniversary will be better taken into account. And it was also mentioned by the High Commissioner that there is the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration. Things that we've seen during recent years in terms of demonstrations, there were many demonstrations and rallies in 2019 all over the world. People gathered together to fight for the freedom of speech, for their rights in judiciary, and therefore it is important that this is taken into account with different NGOs that work in different parts of the world. And it is important that we think and analyze the basis of the right-wing populistic wave. Scholars and politicians may have not taken it into account fully, that there are legitimate, understandable protests when we wish to tackle flaws, and then there are unlegitimate protests. And these legitimate solutions, and on the other hand, the non-legitimate solutions. So the right-wing populistic movements very often take action so that they start from the legitimate concern, outsourcing, neoliberal economy, which is concerning to many, but they give far too simplistic and black and white, unreasonable solutions to tackle the problems. As analysis is required, understanding is required. There is a need to understand why people are angry. And an interesting book has been written about people's anger, which explains that many people feel that they do not feel that they are included into policy making, but everything is done above them. And we also need to take into the multilateralism, which also exists between the right-wing groups, and that is something that has also been brought to the fore here. It is important to understand that cooperation with between authoritarian populistic parties will be met. And the Nordic countries bear a special responsibility in this, as we have strong traditions in respecting human rights and participating into the activities of the United Nations. And I slightly refer to Chile here. I have analyzed two people very much here, Hernan Santa Cruz from Chile, who was one of the authors of the UN Declaration of Basic Rights, and then Ben Chu-chan, who was the Chinese representative to the UN. These two persons were the most important authors, and further there was also an Indian representative. They spoke about human rights that are for everyone, not only for Westerners.
Vi ska få tillskott i panelen, så jag vill
We are going to have some more people in the panel. Heidi Hautala, an MEP, and Romina Pourmokhtari, who is the president of the Liberal Youth Union in Sweden. What would you like to say on, or how would you like to comment on Michelle Bachelet's presentation? Yes, I have three things to say. First of all, how we welcome people into the multilateral cooperation in the EU. EU is pretty good. It pursues general cooperation. We have cooperation that can only be dreamed about by other countries, that you can travel from one country to another. You can also, it is not even possible to travel so freely between the United States and Canada. But the United States has succeeded in taking their best practices or promoting their best practices in many things abroad. Why couldn't EU do this? Export their best practices. As an example, the cooperation between EU and many others. This should be looked into in more detail. Another thing that came to my mind when Mrs. Bachelet was speaking about the rule of law and democracy, and this was quite right. But in the European context, this is something that people, in a way, creep about. We condemned what Hungary and Poland are doing, but as it was said here, we are lacking tools to do something about it. I think our democracies need to show our opinion. We cannot give funding to countries which are undermining these structures. Large sums of money are being given to Hungary, for example. We need tough measures here. Democracy is dismantling itself, and there are extreme right-wing populist features. We need to be stricter here. Thirdly, thinking about the UN Declaration of Human Rights, we need to understand that those who have the power will step on those who are weaker if no one does anything. The EU must make itself stronger. We must not lose our grip on things like the Russia and the Ukraine. The EU is 8 times stronger financially. Also thinking about China and their strategy in Africa, we are losing the battlefield. No one is promoting our values if we don't do it. Our time demands brave politicians who are not willing to compromise, but take up the tools and powers that are needed and take action. This is what I wanted to say. I'm sorry that I'm going to speak in English, but I'm just saying that it is quite exceptional to have 3 foreign ministers sitting here next to one another.
I would not need to spend my few minutes to what Elina Pirjataniemi has said, because that was exactly my analysis of the situation. And I would maybe also have to say, like you, that you said that you said it ironically maybe, that should you apologize for using the word sick. I may have to apologize for saying that I would like to use the word diagnosis, because there are so many defamation claims these days about using these things, because what we see that also the language of human rights is used against human rights. And we have more and more situations where people say that is not everything possible anymore to say. This freedom of expression has become a tool against freedom of expression. So what I would like to raise is that we had a kind of a first warning maybe about the power of the populist nationalist movements, some of which are in power. When we had the discussion on the Global Compact on Migration in the United Nations. And since the High Commissioner has spoken quite extensively on Europe, I also would like to say that many European governments were shaking. And it was a first warning. I hope it was not the first act of a very unfortunate play that we're going to see continue. But indeed, the populist nationalist movements, who are now, some of them in governments in Europe, are really a danger for democracy, in my view, because they do exactly what Elina Pirjataniemi has said, that they use elections, they can legally be elected to power, and then they start to dismantle the rule of law. And unfortunately, we see this in several European countries at the moment. I'd like to propose you to study the new report on global democracy by International IDEA. It says that 6 of the 10 eroding democracies at this moment are on the European continent. It includes Serbia, Turkey, but it also is Poland and Hungary. And I'm afraid there will be more. So I think it's very important that the European Union will now put in place preventive mechanisms on erosion of rule of law. And that is in the making, that is coming. The rule of law framework is supposed to be something that raises the questions already when things are starting to happen. And I wouldn't be a politician if I didn't call you to look what happened in Germany yesterday. In Thuringia, a government has been set up with the support of a populist, nationalist, extreme right-wing movement. And this is 2 weeks after the commemoration of the Holocaust. So a government is arising to power, which actually is now supported by someone who says that the law against denial of a Holocaust in Germany should be scrapped, and so on. And I think it was very encouraging to see that a lot of the social forces and political forces raised their voice. There were hundreds of thousands of people, I think, on the streets yesterday in Germany. So we have to care for democracy. We have to see that the European Union, as a promoter of rule of law, will have the proper mechanisms, not only in its own territory, with its own member states, its own institutions, but also in its external relations.
Thank you.
Okej, tack så mycket till panelisterna för de.
Thank you to the panelists for these comments. We're going to have time for a few short questions, and also the answers should be relatively short. We will first have a question over there in the corner.
For excellent panel commentators and speeches before. I wish also everyone a good Sami People's National Day, and also a good International Day against female genital mutilation. And I mentioned these 2 days, which are today, because they are very relevant to today's themes and discussions. As we have heard, there are now serious threats to rule of law everywhere, and also against the international human rights system and its core and heart. Populist leaders, as we've heard, confuse the media and general public purposefully about what human rights are and what they are not. However, it is not only a question of this. One problem, to my understanding, is that there is a grossly inadequate understanding, at least in Finland, but I guess in other countries of the world as well, of the 3 central and interlinked pillars: rule of law, democracy, human rights, among government officials at both national and local levels, and politicians, be it at national or local level. Human rights education has so far, at least here, been mainly provided through pathetically small temporary projects, often done by us civil society organizations, often concentrating on single individual themes, not the overall system. There is no systematic training. So I guess we built a beautiful system based on rule of law, democracy and human rights, but we forgot to ensure that all relevant authorities and politicians truly understand what it is about. Hence, government officials, we here sometimes talk about human rights as something voluntary, as a choice, and not as something they actually must protect and promote. We now ask today, how do we counter all the attacks that we are facing? We need simultaneous measures, that we all know, but I have one very small, cheap, easy measure. Yes, I do. the Nordic governments could lead the way and multiply at least 10 or 100 times and scale up training on human rights, rule of law, democracy, to start with authorities and politicians at local and national level, whether it's the police, the social workers, the teachers, and so forth. So my question to the participants, and maybe also if the ministers are still here, and I think they are, how can the Nordic governments do this? Thank you. I forgot my name. Kari Mattila from the Finnish League for Human Rights, Ihmisoikeusliitto. Thank you.
Tack.
Ja.
Varsågod Romina.
Ja, nu ska jag ställa om från...
Okay, now I have to think a second. I think that money is not the biggest problem in this regard, nor it is information, at least between the authorities and the local bodies. But if we wish to have respect for democracy from young people, it requires that we adapt slightly more to the current reality, as that differs quite a lot from the reality that existed 20, 30 years ago. My generation has different expectations towards politicians than the previous ones. Social media, digitalization have brought bigger political challenges too. And that means that the politicians need to be more courageous to express their opinions, as some seem to be a bit cautious. They do not dare to say anything that is pleasing everybody. So we want to please everyone, and that is not the politician's task. Therefore, we need to express more differences between political parties, and that is how we get more respect to how democracy works in practice. That is one way to promote democracy. As if we don't do this, then the other spaces are left to other operators.
Jag bara tänkte komplettera en sak.
I just wanted to fill in and say regarding the presentation of Michelle Bachelet and what is the value of the rule of law. It is highly important that the politicians cooperate closely with scholars. A very interesting study showed that one of the strong arguments with regards of the integration of immigrants into the society is whether we have a fair system and whether the rule of law also exists and is respected, as that is most important. There are other factors to it, but this is the most important one. We need to mobilize studies and research that provides with good arguments and grounds regarding the key values. Two issues. First and foremost, regarding research. I am involved in a bigger study project funded by the European Union. It is called Reconnect. And we do have a multidisciplinary group of scholars who wishes to understand why people no longer believe in the democracy project in Europe. It is only in its starting phase, but it is an important role for scholars to want to understand what is happening. And as a lawyer, I also consider that we have to defend the rule of law. Kari Mattila asked the question what the Nordic governments could do. We agree that this is not only about money. It is about good politicians who can communicate efficiently. They can have an impact, but we need to train civil servants as well, and somebody has to educate them. To my understanding, we still have to look at the budgeting as well. What are the allocations? Where are they targeted for? If education is important, it has to be seen. It won't happen without monetary allowances. And we'll still give the floor to Minister Linden to give a comment. To react to this, both to you and to Romina, I wanted to say that it is very important that a politician also is not stuck with the everyday debate and political debate, but also, as an example, the Crying for Democracy that I raised. But as for Germany, they are exercising Thursday democracy, and that can raise democracy in many forms. It is not for the governments and ministers to act on this. That is what is being said. But I think, yes, we do have to take action. And as for the young people, everybody is always complaining that we'd have to have bolder politicians and with tighter opinions. We've had Olof Palme and Anna Lindh in our country who very clearly expressed their opinions when we speak of democracy and human rights. Therefore, we are not demanding more of the politicians to date than before. This is what I wanted to say. And very briefly, Minister Haavisto, and then a question from the audience. I just wanted to add to what Michelle Bachelet said. We shouldn't just stop at being unanimous in everything regarding to human rights. It is also for the state and for the people who disagree who have to be incorporated to the debate. Anne and myself have gone to Belarus. We've met with Lukashenko. We've discussed human rights. Finland has been a lot involved in Eritrea, and there have been questions put to why are you present in this authoritarian state? But we have rule of law projects, human rights projects ongoing there. It is not easy. I wanted to highlight how important it is that we also reach out for these countries and actors who do not agree with our basic principles that we defend. Thank you. Then last question from the back. Thank you. I am Peter Stenlund, a former ambassador in retirement. We have pessimists or realistic politicians who say that we've already lost the battle for the change of paradigm, and we are facing a new situation now where the strongest will dominate. This is the USA, China, Russia, which are the countries that dominate the scene, and they have their own internal power struggle, and the EU is just looking from a side. But it is worth believing that we fight for a multilateral system, and it is possible to get also victories. Can you give us an example on a victory after the battle was being lost? A well-targeted question. Could you repeat it once more so that all ministers can hear it? Yes, I just would like to get some examples on victories from a battle when we have to defend things. So one example, everyone. Let's take the panelists first and then the ministers. And you don't need to give arguments for your solution and example. I'd like to see opportunities to get real victories, not just victories to defend something. The UN is very active, and we need to involve business life as well. And we know that the rule of law is very important for many corporations, and that's how we can also achieve real victories. And Global Compact on migration is a good example. It could have even ended up worse we finally got a victory on that. Then a concrete example from Budapest, where in Hungary another party won local elections in the capital city, the party that believes in optimism and has a vision on problems which is very modern and speaks and defends for human rights, democratic values, and won the political battle, which is really a victory to defend one's cause. I am happy to take the example by Ann Linde about a very constructive cooperation. In Austria, where the coalition has won now, gives us a different type of example. As we take a look at the university perspective, the biggest target group is our students. Anytime when they write their thesis on human rights and they get their thesis published, that is a minor victory. Then the ministers, please, if you want to give any examples. 2 examples. Last year, we managed to prevent that the sexual and reproductive rights would be weakened in the United Nations. It is not a full victory, but we succeeded in that. And the second issue is that when we speak of those who defend human rights, this work has been carried out for a long time, and it is possible. We've spoken about those who work in environmental movements and also promote human rights with their work. So these were the 2 examples on that.
I think what Ann took up, the Alliance for Multilateralism, was very impressive combination of 55 countries, I think including India and some very big players with us. It was a good example. But I will take actually another sector, and it's a climate, because it has also linkage to human rights so closely. Here in Finland, we have been maybe used to the idea that the environmentalist and business, or environmentalist and entrepreneurs, are somehow in a conflicting course. Last spring, when we had elections, the biggest Finnish companies established this, or had established earlier, this climate leadership coalition, which was actually pressing politicians to do more on climate issues. And I think it's, and when we look even to Europe, it's not the usual case in Brussels nowadays, but I think it's a very promising example that we have a big and growing business community who takes these issues seriously and sees, and also reflects to these global challenges on a climate issue.
Ja, tack så mycket. Jag skulle faktiskt vilja ta ett aktuellt och mycket...
Thank you. I'd like to raise a very topical, serious issue as an example. This is what happened in January when USA and Iran got into a very violent, vicious circle, as many things had happened before that. Civilians died, then there was an attack to the embassy, and a general was shot. And further, there was a missile attack, and so forth. There were very strong diplomatic pressures to us, but also the whole of Europe and the Gulf area. Everybody wanted to put a pressure on both the USA and Iran to stop the conflict and not to let it grow, as it would become a horrible catastrophe. We spent many days on the phone, as it could have become a real catastrophe had it expanded. In fact, as so many countries, so many ministers of foreign affairs were of the opinion that this has to be put to a halt, the situation didn't aggravate. Something will still happen. It is not yet totally over, but diplomacy in this situation could prevent a real catastrophe to happen. Thank you. Let us give applause to all panelists. Now we will take a short break. Coffee and water are available outdoors, and you can also use the facilities for refreshments. And let us be back exactly at 11:15 when we continue.
Could kindly ask the Ministers of Foreign Affairs also take a seat here and on the front row. All right, we are running a little bit behind schedule, as it usually is with these kinds of events, but we will move forward quickly in our program today. We still have one more keynote speaker, and therefore it is my pleasure to invite Anne-Britt Albrechtsen to the stage as our next keynote speaker of today's session. Albrechtsen is the current CEO of Plan International and has a long background in international development, human rights, and diplomacy. Please, Anne-Britt Albrechtsen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm obviously delighted to be here, and Gunvor, thank you so much for inviting me to speak. Let me start with what I hope is an absolute collective truth. And that is that we stand up for sexual and reproductive health and rights around the world because we believe that all people deserve full autonomy over their bodies. Because we believe that all people should be able to enjoy their sexual and reproductive rights in a safe, consensual way without fear or judgment regarding of their gender or sexual orientation. Because the evidence tells us that people are healthier, happier, safer, and that our communities and economies thrive when people's sexual and reproductive health and rights are protected. And because bodily autonomy is an absolute precondition for gender equality. And I guess from everything I've heard this morning, that we also all believe that the world faces three interrelated crises: a crisis of democracy, a crisis of climate change, and a deep crisis of inequality. And somewhere in there, the sexual and reproductive health and rights agenda crosses it all. Let me try and put a finer point on the crisis related to sexual and reproductive health and rights. And let's just look at the last 2 weeks. Over the last 2 weeks, we have witnessed at least 4 events that will help us understand why we are now experiencing something very, very different than the world has seen in a very long time in this space. Let's start close to home. On the 23rd of January, chairpersons of all Nordic bipartisan parliamentary committees wrote an open letter to President Trump, condemning the global gag rule and calling for all women and girls, young people and adults to have their rights to health, life and well-being fulfilled. Good news, no? The day after, the 24th of January, President Trump became the first sitting president to speak in person at the annual March for Life organized by religious school groups and anti-abortion activists. He stated that the unborn children have never had a stronger defender in the White House. On the 29th of January, Turkey's main opposition party and Turkish advocates warned that a bill is very likely to be introduced shortly by President Erdogan that effectively will allow men who have raped or sexually abused children to get amnesty by marrying them. This could legitimize child marriage, pedophilia, and statutory rape. That particular article is one that activists have fought country by country by country around the world to remove over the last 5 years, and now countries are putting them back in. And on the 3rd of February, the government of Bolsonaro in Brazil decided no more talk about sex. All education for 10 to 18-year-olds should all be about abstinence. And that's despite the fact that in Brazil alone, 21,000 babies were born to children under the age of 15 last year. So what we are seeing is a daily erosion of sexual and reproductive health and rights. The first one, of course, being a perfect example of how collaboration across borders can help give a little bit of hope and energy to a sexual and reproductive health and rights movement that is deeply under pressure. And as the CEO of the largest global organization focusing primarily on girls' rights and their bodily autonomy, I commend every single Nordic in this room, and particularly the governments, for standing up and being uncompromisingly committed to sexual and reproductive health and rights. But the second, third, and fourth evidence, the strong man phenomena that we're seeing that's threatening, as again we've heard, democracy, human rights, and in all these cases, girls' and women's rights. We are, in fact, at that critical juncture in history, 10 years away from the deadline for realizing the Global Sustainable Development Goals, 25 years after the conferences in Cairo and Beijing, which set the most comprehensive, bold, and brave agendas for girls' and women's rights that the world have ever seen. And great progress has been made, and the ministers have mentioned it. Maternal deaths have fallen, life expectancy has risen, and girls have greater access to education than ever before. But these far-right and religious-guided political forces are aggressively moving to halt and reverse progress that has been made. And girls' and women's bodies are a political football being kicked around daily, just as political wins and domestic policy changes. Now, it is really tempting, and there are days where I also feel absolute dismay at the current situation. But we should hold on to what we have achieved over the last 25 years and take the long look and see what together we can do. And now is the time to stand firm and reimagine collective action. We need new tactics, and some of them have been talked about, to be successful, because classic diplomacy in the multilateral forums really isn't working right now. And it's actually been completely hijacked by these regressive ideologies and what I would call a renewed Cold War climate, particularly at the UN. The other thing that should spur us on is the everyday challenge faced by girls, especially the 10 to 18-year-olds, as well as their almost superhero-like resilience at the face of what they face every single day, the challenges. Let me just highlight one specific issue. And there are many of them, but time doesn't permit me to go there. More than 70% of girls and women in humanitarian settings have experienced gender-based violence, sexual assault, or rape. Hold on to that, 70%. And without access to medical and psychological care, including post-rape care, the physical and mental implications are absolutely staggering. Plan International's recent Girls in Crisis study found that a quarter of the girls in all humanitarian settings have considered taking their own lives. And yet still, in humanitarian action, we don't consider sexual and reproductive health and rights services as a life-saving action. As the world's most vulnerable become even more vulnerable, we are seeing this effective and well-coordinated pushback against gender equality and SRHR. And we are seeing a real seismic shift in multilateral and the international landscape. I want to just take a personal step back, which will help you understand how I witness what I see in multilateral collaboration right now. I entered diplomacy in 1991, so almost 30 years ago, the year Mikhail Gorbachev resigned, making one of the final acts in the dissolution of the Soviet Union a reality. The Cold War finally ends. The first Gulf War starts. And before my first posting at the Danish UN mission in New York in 1994, apartheid had ended and the Cairo Program of Action on Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights, or Population and Development, was adopted, moving the entire global debate about population from counting people to giving people right to choose. In 1999, I was the chief project coordinator and deputy res rep for UNDP in Indonesia, and the project supported the single largest multilateral effort to move a country from dictatorship to democracy. We were seeing the world's most concerted sort of outpouring of democratic forces across multiple countries in the world. I say this as a disclaimer before I venture forward, because it colors my age and my experience, my view on multilateralism. I love the UN. I love what multilateralism can do. And the UN can truly do miracles when the sun, the moon, and the stars are aligned. And they aren't always quite aligned. Today, unfortunately, the Cold War is back. This time, it's the US and China, openly and sometimes less openly, fighting for control of global policy, thought, continents, and of the UN. Many of the new democracies that we saw emerge in the late 20th century, together with what I would call the 21st century darlings, the BRICS, together with the US and others, are aggressively pushing governments around the world to roll back key agreements. Now, this is playing out in many ways in the SRHR space. Let me just give you a few examples. At the UN Commission on the Status of Women in March 2019, we saw anti-abortion youth brought in by delegations, not as civil society representatives, but as delegations in vast numbers, block discussions taking place, take over whole meeting rooms so that even government delegations couldn't make it into the room to make their statements. A very, very different kind of show seen in the basement at the UN building in New York. I've never seen anything like it. In April last year, the Security Council, as you may know, was forced to water down a Security Council resolution on rape as a weapon of war in order to appease the US's hardline stance on post-rape care, denying victims of rape across the world medical abortion and other relevant care. As many probably know, the Commission on Population and Development haven't been able to take a single decision in many, many years of any substance or importance. Over the last months, we've seen not just UNFPA, which one would expect would be the target of aggressive intervention, but also organizations like UNICEF and other UN funds and programs being directly threatened about losing their funding if the word sexual and reproductive health and rights enters any kind of document, whether it's a backroom document or a formal document that gets tabled. And we are talking about very high-level officials from certain governments calling the heads of those agencies. We are seeing very strong human rights and sexual reproductive health and rights voices within the UN system itself, taking a slightly more low-key stance on a number of things, just feeling really worried about the impact on them personally as well as their organization. And all current formal Cairo and Beijing negotiations, those negotiations that are looking at what has happened over the 25 last years, are seeing governments attempt to remove language around sexual and reproductive health and rights. That's not new. But what is new is that the word girl is being removed. The words women's rights are being replaced by women's dignity. And we are seeing language like gender, any reference to rights, being attempted to be removed. And it is so orchestrated and so across the board, you would imagine that you would find small negotiations at the regional level, etc., where things might not be so targeted, but it is a massive, well-orchestrated attempt to remove anything relating to sexual and reproductive health and gender and women and girls. I have never seen anything like it. And that is quite scary because it's sort of right up here in front of all of us. So how is the UN responding? And of course, we've heard Michelle sort of be the brave spokesperson for the UN in these times, and we obviously love you for that. But we're also seeing a few other trends that you know, in some ways are positive and some ways are negative. Because being aware that reaching progressive and meaningful agreements among member states on gender equality and SRHR, of course, is challenging, if not impossible. Leading UN agencies, UNFPA, UN Women, are sidestepping the official processes. And in one way, that's good, because what they're doing is they're mobilizing progressive forces, NGOs, governments, private sector, etc., having conferences outside the UN system, because, you know, we all need to be fueled and we need to keep up the good energy. But as a multilateralist, the informal nature of these meetings, the conference we had in Nairobi, some of the work that's happening around generation equality under the Beijing process, it could ultimately damage people's ability to hold their governments to account, because these are very informal settings, and ultimately possibly risk undermining the UN itself. Now, I won't pretend I know the alternatives to that, but it is a very dangerous trend that anything controversial, we take it outside the UN and we have side conferences. So increasingly the onus is on progressive governments, private sector, civil society to facilitate these global conversations about difficult topics, SRHR included. And this, of course, is double challenging at the same time as the civic space in many, many countries is shrinking. So you're taking conversations outside the safe space of the UN and into an environment that is really very unsafe and unprotected, and where, of course, as we've heard, governments are hostile to local and global civil justice and rights movements, and brazenly cracking down on activists, human rights defenders, and NGOs. But let me turn to the positive side, because, of course, despite these obstacles, as we were also hearing from the ministers, you know, interesting things are happening, and that we have to tap into that to not just completely go home and put our duvets over our head and not go to work every morning. So we have to hold on to the positive forces that are out there. And there are new forms of progressive power happening, facilitated, amongst others, by technology. We've seen individuals bypassing traditional power structures and reaching millions and millions across their countries and the world, and rallying support around issues, of course, as we know, on climate change and the Me Too movement. Young people, girls and women in particular, are increasingly providing or proving that they are powerful agents of change themselves, and it's our job to listen to their calls for action and amplify their voice and stand with and protect them wherever we can. And there are other good examples. I mean, if we look, for example, today is the International Day for Ending Female Genital Mutilation. And just in the past months, we've seen the Norwegian government come out strongly on ending harmful practices, and we've seen the Kenyan government make ending harmful practices in Kenya the top government priority. And we, Plan International, working across villages and communities across the world, we see community after community putting up their hand and ending the harmful practices of female genital mutilation. So culture can change, and it's also changing every day. So we have to tap into those forces. So governments must reflect the hopes and ambitions of these young activists in their foreign policies. The feminist foreign policy that has been adopted by some governments across the world, led by Sweden, but now also Mexico, are seeing phenomenal promise. My own organization is right now leading a coalition to ensure that the adolescent girl is a key consideration in this year's Beijing +25 process, and we're thrilled to have secured commitment by all the governments that are part of at least this progressive alternative force, that they have agreed to put the 15-year-old girl at the center. Now that is progress, because she has largely been forgotten in global negotiations so far. There are many ways that foreign ministers can be an ally of the girls and women's movements, and we have obviously 3 shining examples here, but let me try and sharpen the way that you can be an ally. We need to, of course, ensure that foreign policy initiatives are both values-driven and interest-driven. There is a real risk, and we know it, that political and economic interests of countries and blocs like the EU will trump the values that we stand for. When the EU makes trade its top priority in its foreign policy and human rights a priority, what does that signal to the world? And it's a small nuance, but how do we set priorities and what are we signaling about what we say? Having just come from 3 days in Brussels, meeting all the key commissioners relating to foreign policy, human development and humanitarian efforts, I would very much say that the jury is still out. What is at the top of their priorities? Is it human rights, women's rights, girls' rights? Or is it maybe some other national interests that will trump that? They've said a lot of really nice things, but I can also see that the power dynamics there are changing, and I think we just have to watch it really carefully together, as I know you will. I know you will stand firm and united against those seizing to roll back rights and maintaining the language that has already been agreed, and where possible, insert a few new things. And I actually think it's impossible that we don't self-censor, that we don't, because we know that we might not have the majority, that we don't stop trying. Self-censorship is the worst thing that can be done at this stage. Now, exploring new power dynamics and technology to rally support for progressive agendas and extending public diplomacy to meaningfully engage girls and women in all foreign policy discussions and conversations during your bilateral visits, I know many of you do, but really making it a hallmark of your of the way that you act publicly. And I have to say, and this is a shout out to our Swedish colleagues, when Swedish ambassadors invite young girls in to take over their job on the International Day of the Girl, they send a very, very powerful signal. And when Swedish ambassadors get up, male ambassadors, in fairly conservative countries, start meetings by saying, I am a feminist, that is an incredibly strong signal to the world. It's a small act, but man, it is positive and it is powerful. So I can just echo Ann Linda's challenge to her colleagues that this is meaningful, and it's meaningful beyond words and sets a new tone. Now, you have talked about filling the gaps of funding and mitigating the devastating impact of the global gag rule, and thank you very much for that. And we've seen UNFPA and IPPF and others gain more funding. But $9 billion of UN foreign aid is affected by the global gag rule. And those of us working in communities are seeing health center, health clinic, health workers disappear by the day. And these are not people performing abortion services. These are people that are attending to maternal health, they are attending to family planning needs, they are dealing with people living with HIV, etc. But because they have not signed a piece of paper that says, we will never, ever, ever talk about safe abortions, they are disappearing off the face of the communities and of the countries where they serve the most vulnerable people. So you have got to keep a focus on that. And yes, you can't replace 9 billion, but really be aware of the devastating impact that that is having. And then I'd also take a step further and say that all the money that the Nordics spend on development and humanitarian assistance, we know, is phenomenal compared to their size. But I would say that if you really want to have an impact on what matters and what drives cultures and what drives beliefs and norms, you cannot have a single development or humanitarian activity that is not in itself addressing norms and beliefs. If you're investing in education and that education isn't actually changing norms and beliefs about how women are perceived, then you may actually be wasting your money. So be absolutely sure that every penny you spend goes to addressing norms and beliefs. I think I'll stop here and thank you again for letting me be here. I look forward to having a conversation with all of you, with the ministers, about how specifically foreign policy can shift and foreign policy instruments and diplomacy can shift to be much more impactful in addressing the key truths that I started with, and that is that we all believe in sexual and reproductive health and rights. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for these insights and the interesting speech on this topic, Anne-Birgit Albrechtsen. We will now take a short question from the audience back there, and then we will move on to the next part of this segment.
Hey, Teduro from Tankesmedjan Agenda. I'll do this question in English, though. Thank you for inspiring and eye-opening comments and thoughts on the status of SRHR today. We've heard many comments on how we need to fight conservative forces just to retain the status quo of human rights today. But at the start of the new roaring 20s, we should ask ourselves, how can we harness modern technology and digitalization to enhance sexual reproductive health and rights? In your presentation, you raised several key factors that would safeguard SRHR around the globe, and one aspect of this was the usage of social media. I would like to take this to the next level, to the next step. In your opinion, how could big data and AI be harnessed to do good for girls and adolescent women everywhere?
There's no doubt in my mind that it can. One of the things that, so there's no doubt it can. There's no doubt that it's very, very difficult for the movements, the girls' and women's movement, to access that kind of technology. So first of all, fund the movements and fund innovation, make sure that they access the kind of technology that can help. One thing that we can use, though, is, and I'll go back to just social media, and I know you want me to go further, but I'll stay with the social media. We have, with the help of some innovation funding, been able to create a special forum using the Facebook platform for girls themselves to just have conversations. Safe groups that can't be looked at anywhere else, but just for them to have conversations. I actually think, in terms of fueling a movement and giving the movement confidence, voice, energy, that fairly low-tech engagement of girls just seeing other girls with the same problems, same issues, etc., country by country and across borders, will be a much, will be a super powerful way of connecting and fueling the movement. Now, there are lots of other bigger questions about how well funded the far right and the religious movements are, how they are using AI and technology, of course, both to distort elections and to fuel regressive thinking. Much of certainly the SRHR movement, I have no way of getting any kind of access to that kind of technology and funding, etc. And I think we have to crack that before we jump to see that as a panacea.
Thank you very much for that reply. You will be staying for the panel discussion, so there will be more opportunities to discuss this. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Joanna Schöring-Wilgus, who is a member of the parliament in Poland and has a long background with working on sexual and reproductive rights. Welcome to the stage.
Do you want to address from there for a few minutes? Yeah.
I'm from Poland, where the rules of democracy are broken. And it was very difficult for me to listen this information, but I really thank you for this, because this is true. I would like to thank you, Michelle, because she described about the situation in Poland. At the beginning, I would like to tell you that I'm from the opposition. I am MP, but the first, I am the activist who is on the streets during 5 years, maybe, to demonstrate all the time against our government and fighting for women's rights. I will describe you a situation in Poland in women's rights. We have an act called Family Planning Protection of the Human Fetus and Condition for the Admissibility of Termination of Pregnancy. It sounds very good, but this is a fiction. This is a fiction character and denies ideological neutrality of the state. The act is permitted only in 3 circumstances only. For the first, when the pregnancy endangers the life or health of the woman. The second, when there is a high probability of a irreversible fetal impairment, abortion is permitted until the fetus reaches viability. And third, when the pregnancy results from a crime, abortion is permitted during the first 12 weeks of pregnancy. In Poland, abortion is criminalized in all situations beyond these 3 circumstances, and doctors or anyone else who helps a woman to obtain an abortion outside of the scope of the law is liable to a 3-year prison sentence. What is worse, even though provisions remain from over unchanging quarters of a century, the reality is oppressive. This is not, we have not crisis, we have a tragedy in Poland now. And the act, what I said before, is still being broken. None of the elements of the act diligently is being carried out. In Poland, you can believe, we don't have a sexual education at school. We don't have a free access to contraception. We don't have a free information. We don't have a free information about prenatal diagnosis. We don't have access to the legal abortion, and the woman doesn't receive the proper social and legal medical care. The act is harmful for Polish women. There is a huge effect of penalization. I will give you some examples. In 2008, legal abortions were carried out in 45 units, which is about 10% of all contracted hospitals. It's showing that we have in Poland the entire region, especially on the east of Poland, deprived of the access to the legal abortions. Another example. There are no abortions in hospital statistics resulting from a criminal act. But this is interesting. Each year, there are about 4,000 crimes these types. They didn't want to show this. We have a huge abortion underground. For example, we have a lot of very strong NGOs, women activities. Federation for Women and the Family Planning and other NGOs are estimating their number on about 150,000 treatments annually. According to examination, not less 1.4, no more than 1.3 of Poland women within entire at least once has an abortion. In scale of the whole society, it gives from about 6 million women in Poland. We have a huge black market. With the internet access to the mass scale is selling abortifacients or the emergency contraception, which is no guarantee in actual composition, origin and operation. We have a huge abortion migration. Polish women are going abroad to make abortion. Of course, this is only for very rich women because it's not for poor women, but Polish people are going to Germany, Czech Republic, to the Netherlands, Austria, Great Britain and Slovakia to make the abortion. And can you imagine, contraception is not available in Poland. The government does not fulfill its obligation to provide free access to methods and means for conscious parenting. Only old generation contraceptive pills are refunding. There are no family centers. Waiting for a gynecological visit in public facilities is for months. If you are rich, you can have a meeting next week. But if you are poor, you have to wait a lot of months. The in vitro program, national program, was abolished 2 years ago. I shortly described the situation for Polish women. It's hard to believe that in the middle of the Europe, women have hell on earth. These are the facts, unfortunately. Poland is a young democracy, only 30 years after the fall of communism. For 5 years, we also been looking with disbelief at the standards of democracy being violated in Poland. Unfortunately, the biggest break factor for change is the Polish Catholic Church. We don't talk about it, but Polish Catholic Church have a very huge influence for our life, for our act, for our politics. And this is, if we talk about what to do, we have to change this. Of course, I am in the opposition in my parliament, but there is some positive way and some positive things are happening in Poland during this tragedy we have from 5 years. We have a very, very strong women organization. The old one, the very strong Polish feminists, but the new one, which were created 3-4 years ago when the government wanted to change the law in abortion. We also have a good we have a new generation of the people, the new generation of young people who started to talk about their rights. We have, it looks and it's showing on the polls. For example, 80% of the people are Euro enthusiastic, and this is very good information. 65% of Polish people, they wanted to liberalization of the law. And this is very good thing for us. And what we do like opposition, it's very difficult to talk about changing the law in the parliament because sometimes we have only 1 minute to talk about different things, yes? But we are making a lot of jobs in the civil society. For example, my jobs looks like that. I'm talking on the villages and small cities with women and people and talk the truth. I talk about truth because we have a huge problem with Polish television, national television. There is a propaganda every day in the television. There is no true information. And this is important to talk with people face to face. And like opposition, we are doing this. I would like to tell at the end something very important, which was mentioned by Heidi Hautala. We have to remember about Christian extremist network called Agenda for Europe, created in 2013, I think. They gathering now about 100 organizations from the main anti-choice and homophobic movements across 30 countries. This movement is very strong in Poland, called Ordo Iuris. They talk about restoring the natural order. In practice, serves as the blueprint to roll back not just advances in equal marriage or women's rights to choose, but also seeks to limit access to assisted reproduction, comprehensive sexuality education, protection from gender-based violence, contraception, and even divorce. In shortly, the natural order being restored very much a new dark age where religions, obscurantism prevails over tolerance, human rights, and secular law. And I think, and this is very important for us to stop this and doing everything that organization like Ordo Iuris organization, network organization called Agenda for Europe, they have to stop to talk about their things. Thank you.
I would now like to welcome the others who will be joining the panel. It is Sara Sofia Sorén, Member of the Parliament in Finland. We have Berit Austveg, Chair of Sex and Politik in Norway. Then Sara Östlund, Senior SRHR Policy Advisor of RFSU. And Elina Korhonen, Director of International Affairs, the Family Federation of Finland.
All right. Now we have a question for you who just joined us in the panel. Thank you, Joanna, for these interesting insights also from Poland. Really worrisome situation there, as in many other countries also. But for you who just joined the panel, we have a short question about why do you believe that the progress within sexual and reproductive rights is moving backwards right now? And I would ask Berit to start answering this question.
Thank you very much. Is this on?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it's on. Thank you very much. How to promote sexual and reproductive health and rights globally. I think in many ways we have made life easy for the opposition. We have been actually playing their game for too long, I think, and I think we need to wake up for that as well. And because there are some hardliners, we can never convince them. But then there's this big middle ground who are intimidated and scared by the opposition. They are scared by hearing about, if you provide comprehensive sexuality education, then the young people are going to go wild and the family is going to break down, and the family is the cornerstone of society, so it's actually the end of everything. And we sit listening to them, and I think, but how do we counteract it in a proper way and support the ones that are intimidated by it? We talk about the people that are pro-life. Are they pro-life? They want policies that will actually create more abortions and more deaths among women. They are anti-life. I think we are the pro-lifers. Should we claim their slogans? They talk about families, authenticity. It's this sweet, kind, cozy word. But their authentic families are mother and father and children. I've seen marriages that I won't call authentic because it's people who are married a gay person without knowing it, because the person is in the closet, or a gay person who believes in conversion therapy. and I've seen the disasters of those marriages. They are supposedly then authentic marriages in the view of our opponents, of the opposition. Should we claim the term authenticity? Because authenticity is such a sweet and nice word, and they get away with things very easily. And now with the global gag rule, which used to be called the Mexico City policy officially, now it's been free-framed, and it's called protection of life in public health assistance, protection of life, which means cutting family planning, contraception, and all the rest of it. And of course, always using abortion, because that is the real dilemma. There is a real ethical dilemma, in my view, solvable at the societal level, and then we all have to struggle with our own dilemmas in our own lives. But at the societal level, it should be possible to solve it on an ethical basis. But they are using that to kind of infect all the other areas in sexual and reproductive health. It's still called protecting life in global health assistance. Should we demask it? And then on top of that, there's the chilling effect of the global gag rule. Stay really to be careful not to tread up to the limit where you can go. And that is why WHO says provide safe abortion services to the full extent of the law. Don't hold back, go up to the limit. But the chilling effect of the global gag rule is more concern of mine, than the extremes. So in so many ways, I think we are helping the opposition. And I think we should, as we say in Norway, sweep for your own door before you kind of attack the others. And I think at times, we have to be cunning, because the opposition is very cunning. They are very good at phrasing their things and speak to their hearts. Sometimes we need to speak to the heart as well. I do a lot of work in Africa, and I think we should listen to our African sisters and brothers, NGOs, politicians, and others, who say sometimes, in some cases, talking about rights is not a good thing, because people get offended, or they don't understand it. And it becomes a very sterile discussion sometimes. I'm not against human rights, I'm not against human rights. Sometimes I'm accused of that, because I'm saying not always have human rights. And they talk about reproductive justice, for instance, that could speak both to the brain and to the heart, because it is poor women who have to take unsafe abortions. It is poor women who go to prison. It's poor women who don't have proper defense in trials. And we have seen all those cases, of course, in El Salvador, but in other countries as well that have jailed women for having abortions. So it's an injustice issue. And I think we should listen to especially our African sisters and brothers, because it is in Africa that both the deliveries and abortions are most dangerous. And can I also add a thing? Dear High Commissioner, when we talk about women dying, it's not just pregnancies and deliveries, it's also abortions. When we call it maternal deaths. When a woman does something so dangerous that she dies from it, and we call it maternal death. It sounds as if mother's dying. Maternal death sounds as mother's dying, doesn't it? And we call it maternal death when a woman is dying from abortion. I think we are playing the opposition's game, and I think we should be much more cunning, because they are cunning. And in terms of unsafe abortion, we call it unsafe abortion. We call it unwanted pregnancies. But if a woman does something so desperate and she knows she may die from it, some of our African colleagues said, why not call it suicide? To show the desperation. It's not just an unwanted pregnancy, it's a pregnancy that makes the woman completely desperate, so that she does something and she knows she can die from it. It was a long answer, but I hope that I covered at least some of what you talked about.
All right, thank you. We'll continue with Elina, and please keep your answers short. We have very, very limited time.
Thank you. I come from a Finnish association called Väestöliitto that protects sexual rights globally. I couldn't agree more of all these speakers what we have had today, and I was thinking that what could I say more? And now what I'm saying, I really truly believe that we cannot live in this kind of world. We have to do something. There was a certain time in the 90s that women's rights took huge steps forward. And maybe then we were thinking that when you achieve some kind of level of human rights, it doesn't go backwards. But it has happened. I think in 5 years you can see this really well-financed, well-organized movement against women's rights, against sexual rights. You can see it in United Nations, you can see it working in Africa, you can see it working inside EU, in Poland, everywhere, even in Finland, even in Nordics. And I refuse to live in the world where people are not entitled to control their own body and their own future. And it's a matter of life and death. If you think about that, it's the most leading cause of death of 15 to 19 years old girls is suicide at the moment. And it happens mainly in these countries where child marriage is really common, for example, in Nepal. Second leading cause for this age group of girls is pregnancy and childbirth, because their bodies are not developed yet. And even when we are sitting here at this time, from morning to this moment, tens of thousands of underage girls have been married. So this is a huge problem. And when you think about minorities, the average age of death of transgender person in the world is 35 years. Discrimination kills everywhere. And I refuse to live in the world that we do not do anything about it. And as Nordic countries, we have built our societies on human dignity, that everyone should be able to have education and healthcare. We have sometimes discussions on that, but still I think we share the same kind of vision of value of human life. And that's why we cannot dismiss these problems. We cannot say that those lives don't matter. Those women in Yemen, over 1 million who are at the moment pregnant, many of them malnourished, many of them have cholera, that it doesn't matter that they are there and we do nothing. We could never forgive ourselves. And I think that Nordic countries has a lot to give. We can build dialogue with the countries that are not so supportive. We can find allies in civil society, private sector, that are like-minded in those countries who are otherwise politically not. Finland, I think we are good at building dialogues because we have lived with our great, beautiful neighbor, challenging neighbor. We know how to cope with challenging situations as well. We know how to build dialogue. And I think we also know, because of our social politics, how to reach the most vulnerable ones, how to leave no one behind. Of course, we are still work in progress, like the life is always, is everywhere, but still, because the problem of maternal deaths, the problem of discrimination is the problem of the poor many times. The problem that you cannot reach the contraception. For example, in Malawi, if you ask any woman, how many children do you want to have, they answer 3. And the richest 5% have 3 children, and the poorest 5% have 8 children in general. So it cannot be the world of rich. If you cannot control your own body, you cannot have a future that you plan. You cannot use your full potential. And I don't want to live in that kind of world that money counts your human value. Sorry to be so long.
All right, next up, Sarah Estevan. And again, I repeat to please keep the answers short, because otherwise everybody won't have a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. So I come from RFSU, the Swedish International Planned Parenthood Federation, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to join this eminent panel. I would like to reflect on the issue on resistance. So to understand the resistance, I believe it's absolutely crucial not to think about the resistance and the opposition as one opposition, not like a big monster that especially the SRHR community sometimes tends to see it, that is unbeatable, because it's not, I believe. 10 years back, the resistance, if we talk about it from a global UN level, the resistance to gender equality and SRHR was mostly 10, 15 years back ideological and existential, as in Vatican ideological, if you know what I mean. Whereas for the past year, we have seen a new type of resistance, where anti-SRHR and anti-gender messages are used to build a nation to gain national support on completely different issues than SRHR, and also part of a global geopolitical game where, for example, one big influential country, I don't want to mention it, speaks out against the progressive European gender and SRHR agenda. That's part of a geopolitical game, right? Where you want to split the EU and where you want to make EU weaker at the global level. And we also see in Eastern and Central Europe, what has already been mentioned, that SRHR has become a means of expressing like a rejection of the European East-West hierarchy. And an important part of building nationality. In the US, a different type of resistance with strong anti-SRHR agenda, very strong, and anti-abortion agenda as a way to get far right-wing movements and Vatican support from certain churches. And I think we as an SRHR movement, both as civil society and as member states of the UN, we need to get better at understanding those nuances and position ourselves in relation to those nuances. And I think we need to join forces with new actors, both as member state as a civil society. Linking back to what I think Anne Birgitte said about Nordics being able to use bilateral conversations with other states to galvanize support for our issues, you have been fantastic and great in building alliances with like-minded member states. I think you can get even better at building alliances and bridges with unexpected member states, the movable middle, the fence-sitters. Yes, good. Yeah, and I mean the same goes for us as a civil society movement. We need to link up with the climate change movement, with broad democratization movements and so on. Okay, final note. I think that it's absolutely vital that SRHR is central to feminist foreign policy. And we must forever stand up for SRHR and we should and can stand up. But I think our strategies as an SRHR community, both as civil society and as governments, needs to slightly change, and we need to reach out to new groups of people and organizations and member states that do not necessarily agree to everything we say, but we try to find that common ground. It takes time, requires patience, but I believe it's the only way forward.
And then a comment from Sara-Sofia Sirén.
Thank you so much. I'm not exactly sure anymore what the original question was, but I just start by underlining the importance of such events that we're having at the moment. We have committed ourselves to the Agenda 2030 goals, and the SRHR questions are at the very core of reaching these goals that we have committed to. The rights of women and girls around the world is the key question in will we be able to not leave anyone behind. And countries like Finland, Sweden, and Norway are key players globally in rising for these rights, as the former key players, such as the United States of America, no longer aren't. And therefore, I really feel a strong responsibility as a representative of Finland and a member of parliament that we work together on raising awareness and making sure that decision makers understand that we are facing a situation where we might be taking steps backwards, and we really don't want to do this. One of the reasons why we are facing such a situation is that maybe we became a little too aware of the achievements that we already made. We were happy with the situation I think Finland is somewhat of an example because we take a lot of pride on the steps that we took for equality 100 years ago. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to fight for these rights forever. We can see now that the day that we stop talking about the rights of women and girls, we face a situation we might actually take steps backwards. And this is why we need to unite. People who are aware and people who understand the importance need to unite. 4 years ago in the Finnish parliament, I founded a feminist group that we didn't have before in the parliament to have a place for parliamentarians from different parties, from the government and the opposition, to work together. We have this group, which is Väestöliitto is the secretary of the group, working for sexual and reproductive rights in Finland, and similar groups are in other Nordic countries as well. But these groups didn't work together. This is something that we acknowledged when we went to Nairobi together and faced also the criticism that the religious and conservative groups globally rise and have funding for. And now we want to work together, and this is why it's so important to be here. It's about also the crisis of democracy in the sense that the reason the opposition is rising, I mean the opposition towards the rights of women and girls, is the same why populism is rising, why decision-making, which is not based on facts, is rising. So this is what we need to fight for.
Thank you so much for sharing your reflections. We do have time for one audience question, and we would like then for Petra Tötterman to raise her question.
Thank you very much, Petra Tötterman-Andorf, and I'm Secretary General of the Swedish Foundation Kvinna till Kvinna, which means woman to woman. And I'd like to thank all of you today. I think you brought up very well the state of the world when it comes to women and girls' rights. But I think that there's something that has been missing and that I would like to add. And we know that women and girls are extremely exposed in fragile contexts. But our experience at Kvinna till Kvinna is that there are many women and girls who decides to organize and to stand up and face these traditional conservative and patriarchal powers. And they are exposed to extreme violence and threats and death threats. But still they do, and very, very often they don't have any formal power whatsoever. They do have very little resources, and OECD DAC figures says that less than 0.2% of the development aid that goes to fragile contexts goes directly to local and national women's rights organizations. So I would say that one of the few things that these women and girls actually have is their stories and the narrative of human rights. And several of you have touched upon it, but I would like to explore a little bit, as much as time allows, how you, as international NGOs and international actors, can work together with these local and national women's rights organizations, because they are the first responders, and they are there through the conflicts, and they are the last responders, because they will be there throughout the entire post-conflict period. And how can you and we together strengthen their narrative of human rights against the patriarchal powers that they're facing?
Thanks for that question. We won't have time to go all around, but is anybody keen on answering the question? Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the question of funding is essential. Just a brief example from Finland, the rights of women and girls and sexual and reproductive rights are a key priority of Finland's development policy, which is what we say, but it cannot be seen in the funding in the same way. We cannot say that if we look at numbers, it is our key priority, and this is something that I'm sure we are working on. It's something that we really need to work on.
And the last reply from Albrechtsen.
An organization like Plan International has actually decided to change its entire business model, stop doing and start funding and supporting those that are closest to where changes actually happen. And that will, even though we work in the villages, those that are there and have been there forever are the local civil societies, the local feminist movements, etc. And we know empirically that only when the feminist movement in a country has been well funded, change has happened. And if we overlook that in our funding and in our collaboration, nothing will move. So thanks for that shout out. Can I just, one point, probably to the ministers that might be thinking a little bit about this. One thing that I saw really clearly in Brussels this week is with the UK stepping out of the EU, the phenomenal, not financial, but technical and thought leadership that the UK has had within the EU, the technical support that they've been providing to the Commission for Commission documents to be really rights-based, to be gender-focused, girls-focused, SRHR-focused, that is going to go away. And who's going to replace it? I actually don't think there's a single country within the EU that has the technical capacity to support the Commission in the way that DFID and other UK institutions have had over the last years. And just a shout out while I remember saying it, we've really got to think about how and who will be providing that to the same level that the Brits have been providing in the past.
One short sentence, and then unfortunately we have to move on.
Talking about finances, remember that the loss of a woman in her prime time is a financial loss to a country. Health systems pay a lot to treat women with abortion complications. They could save a lot of money if they provide safe abortion services. Those of you who are politicians, when you speak to politicians in poor countries, remember that the finance, it's a lot to gain from the finance as well, not just lack of human suffering. So finances is important, and I think I'm a medical person, and we are bad with finances, and we sometimes don't respect, that there are budgets. But remember that, and rights is not like a budget. It's not like a commodity that if you give it to one, you take it from another. It's like a seed that grows and fertilizes and provides prosperity as well.
Thank you so much. I see that many of you would like to contribute, and I could talk about this all day. Unfortunately, we do have a really tight schedule, and we have to move on. Do you want to say the next? Maybe first we could give a huge round of applause for our panelists.
Okej, nu byter vi tillbaka till svenska. Tack så mycket.
Now back to Swedish, and thank you to the panelists. I now have the pleasure to invite Gunvor Kronmans, who is the CEO of the Hanalys Cultural Center, and I would like to invite the three foreign ministers to the podium to participate in a panel facilitated by Gunvor.
Det har varit en intensiv förmiddag.
This has been a very intensive morning. We have heard a lot. And I would like to hear you reflect on Nordic cooperation in strengthening the multilateral mechanisms that we have today, and about working with sexual and reproductive health and rights. Are we doing enough, or should we be doing more? And if so, how? Who would like to start?
Ja, vi borde alltid göra mera, och vi borde...
Now, the idea is that we formulate what we want, and then we find strategic partners. Naturally, it is important, as Ina said, that we don't just work with the like-minded. And I do believe that we can also share the tasks. I could tell you an example. As I arrived from Moscow yesterday. And in November, we decided that we'd use the whole day in the Swedish embassy in Moscow to discuss human rights and sexual and reproductive rights and sexual health, and not attack a country that might disagree with us. And we invited activists to our event and female parliamentarians, and we had a male minister who spoke about the sexual health and sexual and reproductive rights. We also convened together the members of the Duma and the activists, and they didn't wish to speak to each other as these issues are very sensitive in Russia of today. But nevertheless, they came to our seminar, and it is good to make the use of the fact that we are ministers and we can raise this topic. It is easier to involve parliamentarians and get them attending our events when we are present there. It may be something that we might not like, but that is the way it is. I think we could even more cooperate with our Nordic partners, and as you could say, if we take care of Russia, you might take care of China. So we can understand where we have to take action. It is also important to understand what was being by Sara in the panel. This should not be considered as a huge monster, as I think you might have said. But if we can, and if we are smart and think strategically, we could, as was also said by the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, that we can also take smartly action, and that is where we can differ. I believe that Anna is right here. We shouldn't believe that we have done our utmost and nothing more can be done. However, I think that the experiences we've gained sometimes make us understand that it's useful to cooperate between the Nordics. We can invite people to our embassies where we can organize joint events, we can issue joint opinions, and then at times the Nordic countries take a slightly different approach to such countries, which we find a bit difficult. Sometimes it is for Norway to take an initiative, sometimes it is for Sweden. And we have to be also working more according to our strategies here, as when we can involve different parties, we need to gain results. It is not only issuing opinions. So we, even in the Nordic countries, we'd have to be smarter. We'd have to faster understand who might be the best to promote our cause further. Someone has said that Nordic cooperation has never been so intensive as currently. I believe that to be true. We cooperate in so many fields and areas now, but regarding the sexual health and reproductive rights, it is of utmost importance, as we have also so many opposing parties to that. And that is why I liked also the analysis of Sara Sofia Siren, who spoke about ideological opposition, which of course is related to populism and to the fact that Europe is now divided into different groups. Her analysis was very interesting, and in our own resistance we'd have to think of how to make use of that analysis. Naturally, it is important that we fund such UN organizations which, for instance, the Human Rights Council and women's organization, and also carry out strategic cooperation with the UN bodies. It was interesting to hear from the situation in Poland, and also to be reminded by the fact that it is not only about the government and what the government does, but also about what the opposition does. We have noticed this in our own NGOs when they participate into the UN conferences. The NGO room is usually full of populists opposing to something, and also religious groups opposing to something. And we have to be present in these debates too at an international level. And as my last comment, we have to know our own societies well as well. And 2 weeks ago, I saw a documentary, which I have to recommend to you, which is called Kellet, which depicts the life of transgender people living in diaspora in Somalia, so a minority in a minority. So think of their situation. It was a real eye-opener to see that documentary and how these people live. They live so that a person who had lived half of their time in Helsinki, the other half in Manchester, and how it is to be a transgender person living in diaspora. We have to remember that too. Europe has been mentioned by many a speaker here, and we do have an instrument which provides us a scope for development cooperation with countries which are distant. But how about cooperating in Europe? We spoke about the budget, which should be providing more funds, and how about the USA, which has been an ally traditionally? How would you see that? We can only say to that it works when we are taking things a bit more sturdily. We follow up with the rule of law and the respect for human rights, and the EU instruments and measures are far too weak. Before becoming a minister, I was involved in quite a few consultations and hearings, and the measures didn't take to anything with Poland. The Polish government could only defend itself and why it is weakening the basic principle of the rule of law. But something that was significant was it led into a new type of thinking inside the European Union. To start with, there was only Sweden, Germany, and Italy who proposed that there was be a conditionality set in the union budget, and the full budgetary support would not be provided if the conditions of the Article 2 in the treaty are not fulfilled. Now, there seems to be a unanimity on that, apart from the countries to whom this article would be applied to. And now, in the budget proposal, this conditionality exists. A second issue, thinking of a seminar as this today, more and more we have come to the conclusion that we need to have a peer review, and each country will be reviewed. This means, of course, that there are risks involved. Should there be very severe violations of human rights, for instance, the proposal that the judge could not criticize anything or give a critical sentence, or, for instance, this being put parallel to things that there is a double taxation, an erroneous double taxation in certain member states. So we won't be sharp enough in order to take action against such severe violations of human rights, and they won't be penalized. And that is why there is a concern. We have a discussion on that. It is quite high on our agenda. But we need to find better measures. It is not easy. It is easy to say this cannot exist, but it is difficult, very difficult to find the right means that also work.
Now, the floor to a non-EU country to assess what EU should do. That's funny. But I believe that a peer review could also bring with it a danger. We have various mechanisms in the Human Rights Council that can be utilized also otherwise than in hearings. For me as a foreign minister, it is, when talking about human rights, is that we talk with those countries with which we don't usually have a dialogue, because I can show our recommendations, I can show the recommendations that the country in question has, and this is a way to open a discussion. In May last year, I was sitting in Geneva and I received 295 recommendations from different countries. Part of them were quite appropriate, but it also gave me quite a different perspective to the most problematic countries, and it became very obvious from the recommendations what their situation is. So that's why the peer review is good in my opinion, but it should be linked with a wider discussion so that it would actually have an impact. Anne said that as we are talking about the rule of law and the financing mechanisms and conditionality, I think it is important, and the European Parliament has a major role, as Heidi said. I will take up one more thing. We have the candidate countries with which we're discussing the rule of law, democracy, the freedom of the media, etc. If we don't have these principles inside the European Union, we are very weak when we have to tell the new candidate countries to say that you have to adopt these these principles. Then we also have the question about what else we can do, and I will take up the EU presidency. Many people say it's just a technicality, but it's not just a technicality what you do for 6 months. For example, in August, we had the unofficial Gymnich, in other words, the foreign ministers meeting, and it came up that we had the opportunity to listen to human rights defenders from 4 different countries: Uganda, the Arab countries, the Ukraine, and a representative from people with disabilities in Finland. And many people said that this was actually the first time they met a human rights defender from an Arab country. And it is very important to talk to people who are activists, who know the situation in the country they come from. And I think that was a very interesting debate. Thank you. To close with, Ann Linde, a challenge to Sweden and Finland. Are we going to go toward a feminist foreign policy? Now, if finally I could, it remains to be seen, but I would like to give feedback about the initiatives that the Plan International's representative mentioned. They need to be diverse. Something that we haven't been discussing today, but that has to do with SRHR issues. We had a major conference about sexual violence in humanitarian situations, and we gathered actors who usually have not participated, such as ghost sponsors from the UN. We heard that sexual violence is taking place in humanitarian crisis, and these bodies and people can be pioneers in their countries. And the most important thing we did was to say that we need to get rid of a system where people are not punished for sexual violence, because when it remains unpunished, it may be forbidden, but if you're not punished, it will only promote this behavior. And before this agenda has been put into place, we won't go forward, even though we are giving financial and social aid. So that was a good point. How about Finland and feminist foreign policy? We had a discussion about this amongst the 5 government parties. And the Prime Minister at the time, Antti Rinne, said that he is a man-feminist. So the situation was solved in that way. But now we have a new Prime Minister, a woman, 35 years old, and all the party groups in the government are led by women. And we also have a majority of women. I think it will be noticed in the international arenas. People will pay attention to what Finland is doing. Now, are you happy with what the answers were? Well, I would like them to go all the way. Thank you very much.
Ja, vi får be er alla sitta ner bara.
Please remain seated for a short while. First of all, I would like to thank the hosts of today, our Prime Ministers and Michelle Bachelet. And before going for lunch, I would like everyone to remain seated as long as it takes for the ministers to leave, because they have their next appointments to catch. So please leave the room now.